Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating this Pokemon website using Next.js. I'll give you a quick demonstration. So here's the homepage. We can scroll down and we can load more data. Okay, and we can click these individual characters and we're going to see more details about that particular character. And here you'll see some statistics. We can also sounds. So there's an old sound and a new sound. And I can go back to browse. We can click any of these characters and it's going to load in the data of that particular character, and the background image is going to be dynamic depending on what character it is. And I'll click this, and also the background color is going to be dynamic depending on the type of the character. Okay, and this is infinite loading. All right, and we can also filter this data here. We can filter based on the type. So if I select the water type, you're going to see characters relating to water. We can click those characters and you see the statistics of those characters. And we can filter based on the abilities. I can clear the filters. So clear filters and abilities. We can select any ability we want here. Blaze, you see these characters. Okay. And we can also filter with the height. We can increase this height here. Actually, it's the weight. This is the weight. We can filter with the weight. Okay. As you can see, it's changing depending on how much weight we have. Okay. So it shows this amount of weight and greater than this. Anything less than this is not going to show. We can reset this weight, and we can also filter with the height. Okay. So it's the filter with the height. All right. And we can clear filters. We can also filter based on ascending order or descending, like that. And we can clear filters. We can also search. Okay, so search for a character and it's going to fetch the data matching whatever we've searched for here. And we can click that character and we can go back and we can get rid of this search. We can search for other characters. All right. It's working. Okay, so we have the search, and the other thing that we have the ability to like and save these characters that we like. So for us to be able to like, we need to be logged in. So I'm going to click login. When I click login, you're going to see the login form. We're going to implement authentication using Auth0, which makes setting up authentication both easy and secure at the same time. We're going to allow users to log in with their preferred social account. In this case, we're going to use Google, but you can add social accounts like GitHub or any social account that you want. So let's log in with Google. Okay, so now we're logged in with Google. So as you can see now, I had this account already. I've created an account already. You can create a new account. You can see I've already liked some characters, and this one is also selected for the bookmarks. And if I go to the favorites, you're going to see the characters that I've liked. I can click that character. You're going to see more information about the character. And we can go back to browse. And we can even like more characters. I would like as many characters as I want. Like so. And then if I go back to favorites, you're going to see it's updated. I can remove this from my likes. Remove. Okay. And we can also do the same thing for bookmarks. I can remove this and I can add more data here. So we're going to save some characters. Let's save for bookmarks. Okay. And if I go back to saved, you're going to see it's going to be updated. I can remove from bookmark. Okay. It's working fine. So we can also log out. If we log out, we're not going to be able to visit these pages. We're going to be routed back to the login. There's silent login, so it's already remembering the last logged in account. That's why it automatically logged me back in. Okay, but if you're not logged in, you're not going to be able to access these pages because they're protected. You need to be logged in for you to be able to see the characters that you have liked and also the characters that you have saved. And let's click again, and you're going to be logged back in, and you're going to see whatever characters that you have liked and whatever bookmarks that you have saved. And yeah, that's it for this project. If you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section. You can also let me know what you want to see next, and everything is included in the description. All of the links, the source code, you can just read the description. And yeah, I'll see you in the video. Okay, so now navigate to the folder where you want to create your project. In this case, I've already created my project. So if you don't know how to create a project, run npx create and then next app. And then you're going to name your application. So in this case, I've created that already and I haven't done anything to it. Let's run this application, npm run dev. And let's see what we have in the browser. So it's going to be in localhost 3000. If you're running something else, it's going to be on 3001, but this is the default. As you can see now, our application is running. So now let's clean up everything and remove this. Let's go to the app directory. In the page, I'm just going to get rid of this div and I'm just going to create a new div like so. Perfect. And I'll get rid of this image as well. And I'll just leave this local font here for now. We can get rid of it later. So we should be able to see a blank page. Let's go to the global CSS. We can give it a background color. So in this case, let's give it like a white background. So let's go to the body. I'll just leave this default font family, but I'll give it a background color. Let's put the color to white, which is FFF. And the background, we're going to use a different color, F6F, and then we're going to do 8FC. Excuse me, like so. Perfect. So now we should see a different background color in the body. Now let's start working on the header component. Let's create a new folder in the root directory, and it's going to be called components, like so. Okay. And we're going to start with the header component, header.tsx. We're going to use the tsx for this. And then we're going to generate a functional component, React functional component like this, and export. So we should be able to see a header. When I go to the page, by the way, if you don't know what I use to generate this functional component, go to the extensions and look for React. And this is the extension that I used to generate a functional component using a shortcut. Okay, so make sure you have this extension. So here, let's render the header component. Header, like so, and it should be rendered now. Let's look at our page. So we should see a header text here. It's white, that's why we don't see it, because our background is white and the header is white as well. All right, so we are going to use a few packages. So let's start with shardcn. Let's install shardcn. Let's go to shardcn, and then we're going to go to docs, and we're going to go to installation and nextjs. Let's copy this init file, stop our project, Ctrl+C, paste. Oops, I did not copy. So copy and paste. And now let's run this command. Okay, and let's choose New York and let's go to zinc and yes. Okay, so now we have shardcn. We are going to install a few components. We're going to need a button. Where's the components? So let's look for button component. So this is the button component. We can install this, copy npm shardcn add button, and we might need select, and we need label. We also need an input component, input, and I think that's what we need for now. If we need anything else later, we're going to edit. Okay, and let's run this project again. Actually, let's install another package called Axios. We're going to use this to do our requests. Okay. And we are also going to install another package. We're going to use Prisma to do our database stuff. So we are going to install that npm i. We are going to install Prisma client, and also we're going to install Prisma. Okay, like that. Okay, so for now, I'll just leave it as this. Let's install Prisma client first, actually. npm i Prisma client. So Prisma, like this. Prisma, and then client, like so. So we have Prisma client, and let's install that. Okay, so let's look at Prisma init. Excuse me. So let's generate a new Prisma file, nextjs. So I believe it's npx Prisma init, like this. This is the wrong command, npx, not npm. Okay, so now we've generated a Prisma file. I'm going to explain what this does in a minute. And let's run this project, npm run dev. All right. So let's start by creating the header first, and then we're going to sort out the authentication in a minute. Let's go to the header component and start with that. Okay, so for the header, let's give it a header like this. It's a header component, and let's do class name, and we're going to style this. We're going to set the min height, the minimum height. It's going to be something like 10 VH. Okay, and I'm going to give it a padding left and right. I'm going to give it something like 16, which is around 1.5 rem. Actually, no, which is 4 rem left and right. And then I'm going to give it padding top and bottom, which is going to be 1.5 rem. And then width 100%, a background of white, display flex, justify between, and we're going to center items and give it a small shadow of shadow SM. Okay, we are not going to see anything yet because the background color is white. Okay, so if this is not white, so the header is white, but it's not showing up yet for some reason because there's no content inside the header, but we've given it a width, a minimum height of 10 VH. So we need to refresh this page for us to be able to see the header. Okay, perfect. So there's our header with a background of white. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to put the content that should be in the header. Let's start with the logo, link. We need to import link from next link. So it's going to lead to the home page. And in here, we're going to have an image. And we need to import the image from next image as well. Okay, it's a soft closing tag. And I'm just going to paste in a few images in the public folder. So next, we should have the public folder in here. Okay, and what is the public folder? Components. Okay, so create a public folder and you can have assets in your public folder. So in this case, I have some icons and a logo. So that's the logo we're going to be using, this one. So we're going to put the source gonna come from, we need to copy the name of this logo here. Copy. It's a PNG file. And it's a .png. Okay, so we have the source. We need to give it width and height as well. So width, I'm going to set it to something like 120. And we're going to give it height. Let's set it to 90. And let's give it an alt tag logo, like so. We should be able to see our logo. That's perfect. And we need to add a menu in between. So at the end, we're going to have some buttons, and then Here we're going to have a nav, like so. Okay, so in the nav, we need to let's create ourselves a menu. This is a client component. Let's make sure we do use client up top, and we're going to create an array of menu items like this menu. We are going to have about 3 items in here. So the first object is going to have a name, which is going to be browse, and we're going to have a link, which is, oops, we don't need to import anything here. The link is going to lead us to the home page, and we're going to have an icon, which is going to be layout dashboard coming from Lucid React. When we installed SHA-CN, Lucid React was automatically installed. Okay, and we're going to give it a size of 20. Size of 20, like that, and we're going to close like this. Okay, so we need 2 more items, which is going to be favorites, and we need to import these icons from Lucid React. You can use any icons you want to use here. That's entirely up to you. I'm going to collapse this menu, and we need to loop through this menu in here. We're going to create an unordered list here, and then we're going to map and return a list item. So we're going to map like so in here we're going to return an li, which is a list item, and save. So the index is going to have a type of number. All right, so in here we're going to also make a link, and the href is going to lead to the item.link, and then we are going to add the text in here. We're going to have a span tag. We're going to have 2 of them. So the first one is going to contain the item.icon, and then the other one is going to contain the name. All right, let's see what we have. So we should have those items here. The text is white, that's why we don't see anything. So, and let's style this UL. We're going to display flex and give it a gap. Display flex and give it a gap of 8 and a text of gray. That's perfect. And let's class name on this link item. We actually need to give it a key as well, because we're mapping. So let's set the key to the index, because we're mapping through a list. So the class name should be on this link item. And we're going to use template literals because we're going to do some conditional styling. Okay, and we're going to get path name because we're going to check which path we are on. So if we're on the home page, we're going to highlight this home page button here. So let's get the path name. And we're going to get it from use path name. It's going to come from next navigation. And let's save that. And then we're going to do some checks here in the link. First off, let's give it some padding. And let's set rounded to LG for large. And the text to small, and item center and a gap of 2. As you can see, it looks nice. All right. Now let's check in here. I'm going to do path name equal to item.link. If it's item.link, we're going to give it certain styles. I'm going to set a purple background color, and I'm going to decrease the opacity. I'm going to set that to 15%. So the BG is this color, and the opacity is 15%, and the text is this full color. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave it an empty string. Let's save. So there it is. Okay, so we don't have these pages yet, but we can create these pages to see what's going on, what's happening. So in the app, let's create a new favorites. So this is the page. It's a new route, and let's create a page in here, TSX, so we don't get an error. So we have a page. We need to create another one. It should be bookmarks. And we need a page file in here as well, page.tsx, like so, and save. So now we can route in between these links, we can render the header in here, or we can just render the header in the layout, so we don't have to render the header everywhere we want to use it. But I think I'll just leave it like this. We can render the header, and also let's do the same in here, header, and I'm going to close this. Okay, and let's see if we can navigate. So now, as you can see, we can navigate. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. So we are nearly done with the header. Now we need to do the buttons on the right side. Okay, so let me see here. So here we need to do a condition to see if we're logged in or not logged in. So let's start if we're not logged in. So if we're not logged in, we're going to show some buttons. Okay, and I'm going to create a div. We already have this div already. We just need to give some styles, class name, and it's going to be flex, and we're going to set item center, and we're going to set the gap to 4. All right, and I'm going to show some links in here. I'm going to do link, and here for us, we're going to create an API. So API, it's going to be /API login. It's actually auth in between, auth, and then login. That's our login URL. And I'm going to have a login item, not item, but icon. Login icon, and the size, we're going to set it to 20, and we're going to have text that says login, like so. And we just need to style this. We're going to put a class name, and this we're going to use the terminal literals as well. Okay, because we are going to check. Actually, it's not necessary to use terminal literals. We're not checking anything in here. So we're going to set the padding and set the display flex. So padding, we're going to set that to padding y2, px6, and text sm, and item center and font bold. Okay, we don't see anything yet because the color, that's what we need to set. And now let's set the color and the background color. So here we are going to set the background color to this color here with the opacity set to 15%, the text to this color, and when we hover, the opacity is set to 30%, and give it a transition and a duration of 300 milliseconds for the ease animation. Okay, as you can see now, we have this login button. So we're just going to duplicate this to create another button that says register. So duplicate and change the icon. Duplicate, and we're going to use the user plus for the icon. As you can see now, we have a register button, and just change the background color to whatever color you want. So in this case, I'm using this color on hover, and the opacity is set to 90%, but the background color is set to this color, and the text is set to white. Okay, perfect. So for this register button, it's going to also go to the login if we're not logged in. All right, so that's good for the menu. We are now going to quickly add authentication to our application using Auth0. I've included the link in the description, so feel free to click that and follow along. You're going to see that it's going to be super easy to set up this authentication system into our app. So if you don't have an account, you can create an account using your Google account or your email address. In this case, I'm going to log in because I have an account already. I'm just going to log in with my Google account. Log in. That's perfect. So when you log in, you're going to see this dashboard. So if you're a first-time user, you see this dashboard, and you're going to see a button that says create application. We're going to create a new application here, and we can name this application whatever we want. So let's name this Pokemon, and it's going to be a single page application because we're going to be using Next.js. Before we get started, you might have some questions, and yes, Auth0 is free, and they've recently expanded their free plan version, which makes it easier for us to start building and scaling applications without any upfront costs. And also included in the free plan version is a generous 25,000 monthly active users. Okay, so here now we can go to the settings and we are going to set up some URLs. So the application login URL, and we are also going to set up the allowed callback URL. So we're going to copy this link here and we're going to paste it here and we're going to do callback like this. Actually, I think if we are wrong about this URL, we're going to change it later, but we're going to leave it like this. Okay, so this is what we need for now, and we're going to save changes. And by the way, we don't need to worry about security. Auth0 takes security seriously. So if I go to the security tab, let's click the attack protection page. They've enhanced their built-in defenses, including brute force protection, suspicious IP throttling, making it the best option for startups and also independent developers who need a solid, secure solution without investing in a complex security measure. So here we can kind of enable suspicious IP throttling. You can disable it, that's entirely up to you. But if you enable it, it's going to enhance the security of the application, and also brute force protection, it's enabled, which makes it really secure. So we don't need to worry anything about security at all. Let's go back to the activity tab, actually not activity, getting started. Okay, so here we have an application created already. So let's go to applications. So our application is called Pokemon. Click our application again. Okay, so for us to be able to get started, we need to click Quick Start. And we are using React. To be more precise, we're using Next.js. And let's scroll down to see the instructions. And we need to install Auth0 Next.js. Copy that, go back, and we're going to install this. Let's scroll down and see what we need. And we need to configure the SDK. So we need to create an environment local variable, copy all of these variables, and let's create a file in here, new file, .env.local, like so. And we're going to paste in those environment variables. All right, and let's scroll down. Let's see what the next step is. So we need to copy this into app API auth0 and the route.js. In this case, we're going to be using TypeScript. And let's go in the app. We're going to create that route. We need an API folder. And let's see what it says. We need, let's copy this code as well. We need auth0, auth, and then auth0, and we need route.ts. Route.ts, and we're going to paste that in. That's perfect. And we need to add a user provider component. So let's import this user provider. We need to go into the layout JS and let's import that. And we need to wrap our entire application with the user provider state. User provider. Copy this and wrap around our application. Okay, so this is going to allow us to log into our application. Let's copy this URL and let's edit in the page. So below the header, and I'm just going to add a class name and set the text to black. This is just a placeholder to see if our application authentication system is working. And let's run dev to see if we have something. Okay, and the other thing that we need to do as well is to go to the env local. So here we need to generate a secret. We can just put like a random string in here. Okay, for now, just do this. Perfect. And let's save that. And we're going to go to the browser and refresh the page. Okay, so we have the login. Let's test to see if it's working. Click login. Okay, so it says callback URL mismatch. So what we're going to do, go back to the app and we're going to go to settings. And so here the callbacks mismatch. So the route is auth, I believe, and then callback like that. Save changes. And let's go back and let's refresh and log in. Oh, we're missing something. It's actually API and then auth callback. Save. Let's try again. Login. Perfect. As you can see now, we can see the login page. So we have added authentication. As you can see, it's really easy to add authentication using Auth0. We don't need to worry about security at all. No need to manage the passwords. It's all handled by Auth0, which is really good. So we have authentication. Actually, let's create a new user so we can continue with Google. We can use a Google account and we're going to accept. Perfect. So I'm logged in with my Google account, but how do we know if it's working? Let's go to the page in here. We can get the user object. So the user object, we can use the use user hook coming from Auth0 like this. And then we're going to console log the user object and see if we are getting the user that is logged in. So we cannot use this hook because the component must be a client component that we need to set user client like so. And you can see we have the object here, the user object. We can also check in the console. There's our user object. We can see the logged in user. Okay, email verified. You can see all of the properties. Okay, that means it's working. We have authentication. Now that we have the user object, let's create a user profile here. Let's go back and I'm going to get rid of this login. We don't need it. And I'll get rid of this user here. We are not going to use it in here. We're going to use it in the header. Okay, let's go into the header component and let's get that user object. Let's get it somewhere here. And let's import the user from Auth0. All right, and make sure it's a client component and let's save this. Okay, so we're going to get a few properties. Let's refresh. Actually, let's console log this user so we can see what properties we want to get. Okay, so for this one, we're going to check for the user ID, which is this one. That's the user ID. We're going to check that. If we have that ID, we are going to show the profile of the user. Otherwise, we're going to show login. I will collapse this. So this one, we don't want it to show when we are logged in. Only if we're not logged in, that's when we want to show this. So we can get the user. We can also get another property called isLoading, like so. So we have isLoading, and down here, we're going to check. If not user, if we don't have the user, okay. Oops, if not user, and we're going to check for the ID of the user, which is this sub. If we don't have the user, and if we're not loading, it actually is loading. And if we're not loading, that's when we want to show those buttons. As you can see, those buttons have disappeared. And here, if we do have the user and is not loading, we're going to show something else. Okay, so we are going to show a drop-down menu. And let's do a class name here. We don't need a class name actually here. We are going to install a drop-down from shardcn. So if we go shardcn, and we're going to go to components, we're going to search for drop-down menu and copy this installation. And we're going to install that component, drop-down menu. Okay, that's great. So how do we use this drop-down? Let's click this button here, open. I'm just going to get the simplified version. Scroll down. We have this one, status bar. Okay, so let's get this one actually. we go to code, and we're going to copy the import. Okay, drop down like so. Or we can copy this one. This one is easier. There's not a lot of stuff here. Copy. And we're going to paste it in here. We're importing. And, oops, what was it? I'll copy this drop down menu like so. And we're going to paste that inside the div. Inside this div here, we're going to paste that drop down menu. Okay, perfect. And let's run this up. npm run dev. And we're going to refresh this. Okay, it's taking time to load. All right. So it's there. When I click, as you can see now, it's showing there. That's what we want. And we just need to style the button here. So drop down. So we have the menu trigger. In here, I'm going to create a div. And I'm going to give it a background of that purple color we've been using. And I'm going to set the display flex. And I'm going to set cursor to pointer. Flex item center, justify center, gap to, rounded LG, and cursor to pointer. And the background is this color, and the opacity is 15%. All right. And you're not going to see anything yet because we haven't added the image and also the text. We're going to go inside this div. And we're going to add a span tag. And here we're going to show the user. We're going to show the name of the user. Okay, so user name. Otherwise, we're just going to say user if we don't have the username. Username, user. I just leave it as user, like so. And we just need to style this span tag. I'm going to put a padding left of 2. And text to this color, text to small, and font, we're going to set that to bold. So there it is. And that's when we're going to add an image tag at the bottom here, image. And for the image, we need to import this image from next image. It's actually imported already. So if we go up top, we should see the image imported. There it is from next image. For width and height of the image, I'm going to leave it 40. And for this one, I'm going to give it a padding of 1 and round it. I'm going to set that to LG, which is large. And I'm going to set cursor to pointer. I guess we don't need to set cursor to pointer on the image itself as well because we've already done that on the parent. All right. And let's get rid of cursor pointer. We should be able to see the image, but we don't have this image exist. It doesn't exist. We need to create a random image. What can we do? User icon, SVG. We can get a free icon somewhere. Actually, let's go to Font Awesome. Font Awesome. You know what? Never mind. Get any icon you want here. If the user profile is loading, we can show a placeholder, but we don't need to do that because we're going to make sure the user profile doesn't display anything as long as it's loading. Okay, so we can just leave it this as an empty string like that. Okay, and let's see what this is saying. So we need to add this to our domain. Let's go to the next config, images. And here we're going to do domains, and we're going to paste in that URL we copied so we don't get that error anymore. All right, so there's nothing. Okay, there it is. Okay, there. We can kind of prevent, we can add like a loading up top to check if we are loading, and then we cannot, show anything. So we can say if it's loading, we're just going to return now, like so. Perfect. Now we have the profile of the user. I want to get rid of this outline here. We are going to outline. It's actually on this drop-down trigger class name. That's when we want to get rid of that outline. I'm going to set also model. It's actually on the drop-down menu. Model, I'm going to set that to equal to false. Outline, none. Border, none, I believe. Yeah, that's perfect. So for the alt tag, we can just leave it as avatar. And let's go for the content. For the content, I'm going to give it a width of 160 pixels. You can give it any width you want, 160. And I'm going to leave this as my account. I'll get rid of everything here. And I'll, get rid of this. Okay, so subscription. And I'm going to change this to, I'll put an icon here, logout. Make sure you import that from Lucid React. We don't need to set the size here, just leave it empty. And the text is going to be logout. Logout, like so. That's perfect. And yeah, we need to set the cursor to pointer. Cursor pointer. And when I click, I want to log out. So the endpoint is API. On click, we are going to log out. We need router. We need to push to the logout. So let's get router, const router equal to use router coming from next navigation. And then here, we're going to take in a callback function, and then we're going to router.push. We're going to go to API, auth, and then it's logout. All right, and let's save that. So now we should be able to log out. So when I click logout, we're logged out. As you can see, the buttons are showing login and register. We can just click one of these buttons and we're going to be logged in. That's perfect. Now we're logged in. That's what we want. We are done with the header actually, so we don't need to do anything else in the header. Okay, so we are checking if we're logged in, and if we're not logged in, we're going to show alternative buttons depending on the status of our login. Perfect. So now let's start fetching our data. We're going to use the Poke API, the Pokemon API. Let's search for that. API. So this is the API we're going to use. I'm just going to consent. So for that, for us to be able to start fetching our data, I'm going to create a state. Let's create a context folder. So, all right. So in here, we are going to create a global context. Global context JS. Import React. That's what we're going to start with. Import React. Const global context. We're going to create context, react.create context. Then export const global provider, context provider. And we're going to take in the children because we're going to wrap our entire application. So the children is the entire application. And then here, we're going to return global context to the provider. And then here, we're going to dispatch our state. This is just a placeholder state. I'll get rid of it. And here we can send a state, let's say maybe, actually, I'll leave this as empty. And here we can console, COG, global context provider, like that. And then we need to be able to access the state. So for us to be able to access the state, I'm going to create a new function, export const use global context, like that. And then here we're going to return react.use context. And then we're going to use that global context. and we need to wrap this context over our entire application. So we need to go to the layout and do that. But we need to create a new folder called providers, because the layout is a server component, it's not a client component. So we need to create a client component in here. I'm just going to name this context provider tsx, like that. It's going to be a functional component, and we need to import global context provider from context. It should be coming from global context, like so. And here we're going to do global context provider, and the children is going to be inside. We're going to create an interface props. The children is going to be react.node, and we're going to destructure, and we're going to pass in the children in here, like so. And let's go to the app, and we're going to go to layout and global. It's actually global. Actually, no, not global. It's context provider. Context provider. Okay, and it's going to go around like so. And then we're going to save. It's actually a client component, so make sure we do use client here. Use client, like so. Good. And let's see if we have any issues. Let's restart, refresh. Okay, so perfect. We don't have any issues. Let's check our console to see if we have anything. So as you can see, it says global context provider. So that means our context is now working. All right. So let's start with fetching the data. We're going to create a new function. Where is our content? I'll close everything so I don't get confused. Close all. And where's the context folder? In here, we're going to create a new file. We're going to name this we're going to create a hook, use Pokémon data.js, like so. So this is going to be responsible for handling the data for the Pokemon data. Okay, so here we're going to import. Let's import React, and we're going to create a base URL, Pokemon base URL. So the base URL is going to be, let's go back to the Poke API and get rid of this. So this is going to be our base URL. Just copy that and replace like that. So that's our base URL. Perfect. So we are going to start with, I'm just thinking what to start with. Let's create a function called fetch Pokemon. Const fetch Pokemon, and it's going to be an async function, and it's going to take in the page, but it's actually not necessary to do the page. Yeah, let's do that actually. Let's do page, and then we're going to do -1, not -1, equal to 1, like that, and then we're going to run try catch, and we have an issue, and we also need to create a state for loading. And set loading. By the way, you don't need to do react.useState. We can just import this directly from React useState, like so, and it's imported from React. We can get rid of this and save. Okay, so we have the loading state. I'm just going to set loading to true here. Okay, so let's do const response. Go to await. We're going to use Axios. Remember, we've installed a package called Axios. So make sure you import Axios, like so. Axios.get, because we're using a get request. And then here we are going to limit to 20. And the offset, we're going to set it to page -1. actually, and then multiply by 50. Okay, so that's our offset. We can create a variable for this if we want to. Let's do that actually. Cut this. Let's just do offset. Offset equal to page -1 multiplied by 50, not 20, like so. And let's see if we have the response. COG response.data.results, like that. So we need to also, this is a hook, remember? So let's create this function because it's a hook. So we need to create a function for that for us to be able to access this data here. So cut this. We're going to do const use Pokemon data, like so. And then we are going to do this. And then let's export this actually. Export. Not this one, but here, up here. Export const use Pokemon data. Okay, perfect. And now we just need to return, and then we can pass in the properties that we need to access. We are going to dispatch fetch Pokemon and loading. And let's go back to global. Let's get those properties. Const loading. And we also need to get fetch Pokemon data. Fetch Pokemon data equal to use Pokemon data. Pokemon data. We need to import this. Import use Pokemon data. It should come, let's see. Yep, use Pokemon data. So yeah, we are importing use Pokemon data. It's correct. And now we just need to import the properties that we want from use Pokemon data. So login and fetch Pokemon, like that. Importing those, and we also need to dispatch them in here, like so. That's perfect. And let's go back and let's do a use effect. So fetch Pokemon use effect on initial render, like that. And then we want to fetch the Pokemon on initial render, like that. So fetch Pokemon, like that. That's good. And as you can see now, we should see an array. And if I go to console, you can see an array with 20 items. Okay, and let's see. So the items, they have name and URL. Name and URL. Okay, they don't have anything else. It just contains name and URL. So for us, we need to fetch on initial render. We need to fetch these URLs here. Okay, on initial render, we have these names, and we want to fetch the details based on the URL of these characters. So what I will do, I will set this into state. Okay, so set Pokemon. Actually, what did I need to create a state for that. Actually, we don't have a state. Pokemon list, like that. It's going to be an array at the beginning, an empty array. Const. We're going to do current page. Current page. Well, let's set it to 1 for now. All right, and we're going to set Pokemon list to results.data, but I want to get the previous data. We're going to update this. So prev, like so, prev, and here we're going to use the spread operator for prev, and then results.data, and then we're going to set current page to page, and then here we're going to console log the error. And by the way, we need to set loading here to false as soon as we get the data. All right. I need to sort out this issue here. I need Command Shift P, user. Okay, I'm looking for rainbow. I'll set this to 2. Okay, reload a bit. All right, so looking better now. All right, so now let's refresh. All right, we got rid of the console. That's why you don't see the results in the console, but we are getting there. So we have Pokemon limit. We're going to set it to 20, and the offset, we're going to set that to the offset. Okay, perfect. And now we are going to fetch all of the Pokemon. Fetch all Pokemon. I'm just leave it like fetch all Pokemon like this. Fetch all Pokemon, it's going to be an async function. Actually, try catch. Console log, we're going to console the error. And here we're going to get the response. Response equal to await Axios dot get. So this is the maximum. We're getting the maximum. The limit is this number here. That's the maximum. And we're going to set, we need to create a state for that. Or Pokemon, like that. And then we're going to set them into the state, like so. Perfect. And now we need to fetch the details of each individual Pokemon. For example, if I console log down here, if I COG Pokemon list, I need to fetch using this URL here. Okay, so using this URL, I need to fetch the details of that particular user, of that particular Pokemon. Refresh. If I fetch these details here on initial render, so let's create a function that's going to allow us to fetch based on the URL. Fetch Pokemon details, like so. Fetch Pokemon details, and here we don't need the name in here. Pokemon details. We're going to run try catch, like so. Const. We're gonna put a variable called details, like this. We're going to await. So we are going. So since we have a list, so this is an array. We're going to map through all of these items, and we're going to fetch all of the data in these URLs. Okay. So we're going to use a promise to do that. We can actually implement a loading here, set loading. And here we're going to await promise. Oops, not just one await promise.o. Because we have an array, that's why we're doing promise.o. And then it's Pokemon list, like this. And then we're going to map every single item. And then it's going to be an async function, async. And then we're going to get the individual Pokemon, like that. And then it's a callback function. And in here, we're going to do a response. Response equal to await Axios dot get. Okay, so we are going to get Pokemon, because we're getting the individual Pokemon here, and then the URL, we're fetching all of the data one by one here. URL, and then I'll create a state, const Pokemon list details, like that. And then I'll add that state to the newly data, the newly response data. So here I will just return response.data, like so. And then I'll add these details to the state. details to the state, set Pokemon list data to the details, like so. Okay, and I'm also going to preserve the original state. I'll create a new state here. You're going to see where this is going to come in handy. Original Pokemon list, like this, list details actually. It's a long name. And down here, I'm just going to say preserve the original list, like that, and save. And we can show an error, COG. We can say error fetching. Can't even spell. Error fetching Pokemon details, and then we're going to console log the error. All right. So fetch Pokemon details, we should be able to do that on initial render. Okay, let's do, so we fetch Pokemon, and we need to fetch all Pokemon as well on initial render. And then we're going to create another use effect. Use effect. So this one, we are going to re-render when the Pokemon list updates. So here we're going to check if Pokemon list, if we have items, so we're going to check if it's greater than 0, if we do have items in the array, and then we're going to fetch Pokemon details like so. All right. So let's save. We can also console log Pokemon details. Let's change this to details, like so. So let's refresh. All right, so we should be able to see this list. It should be able to have the details. Now it contains the details, not the name and URL, but it has details about those Pokemon. Okay, and let's just dispatch into our state. Okay, so we are dispatching. Make sure you put a comma like that and copy these properties. We need that up here. We need it here. Paste in, and we're going to dispatch it down here. Actually, some of these we don't even need them here. It's unnecessary. So fetch Pokemon. Yeah, some of these are necessary. So we're going to get them as we need them. So let's leave that for now. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we are going to display the list on the home page. So Pokemon list. What we need the most is the Pokemon list. And we're going to dispatch. Okay, save that. It seems like we have an error. Pokemon list, because we didn't import it up here. All right. Now let's go to the home page, and we need to map through that data. Open up the page. All right. Let's actually go back to, we need to dispatch Pokemon list details. Details, not this one. But let's leave it, we might need it later. Okay, paste that in. Now we can access that in the page. Const equal to use global context, like so. So we have the details. We need to map through these details. And let's try to get user. Use user. Okay, so let's const is loading. Coming from use user. Like so. Perfect. And we also need to get loading here. Let's see if we've dispatched loading. Yep, we have. So we're going to say if loading. We're just going to return loading here. A div saying loading. This loading here is loading. What's going on here? That's weird. Let's check our global context and let's check if we've reset the loading. So we need to reset loading here. So make sure you reset loading to false. Okay, so we don't get stuck in the loading state. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to page and we need to map. And let's make this a main. Let's create a section here. And comment. This is going to be the search form. That's what it's going to be. And then we're going to have another section which is going to contain a class name. And we're going to set the min height. We're going to set that to, min height. Let's set it to 91 VH, like so. And we're going to have a div, which is going to be a grid. So class name, we're going to give it a padding X 16 and a display of grid. So the grid, we're going to have a gap of 6. And on smaller screens, we're going to have one column. On medium screens, we're going to have 2 columns. And then we're going to have 3 columns for larger screens. And then for extra large screens, we're going to have 4 columns of the Pokemon items. Okay. And here we're going to map. We're going to check if we're not loading. If we're not loading, and then we're going to, where is my end? And then we're going to map if we're not loading. So Pokemon details.map. So here. Okay, so by the way, I'm just going to put any here because there's a lot of properties we need to account for. So index, and I'm going to set it to number like that. So, and here we're just going to return. We're going to return a div for now. And we need to add a key. We're going to set that to index. All right. We don't see anything yet. If I put a text here, we're going to see a list of text here. As you can see, there it is. But we need to create a component. Components folder. Where is it? Where is it? Here. Pokemon card. You can name this whatever you want. .tsx. It's going to be a functional component and export. And here we need to return that component. Pokemon card, and then we're going to put the index. Okay, so index, and then what we need to add the Pokemon. We need to create props interface like that. You can name this whatever you want. So Pokemon, we're not going to check the data here. I'm just going to put it any, no type checking, and this structure like that. Perfect. Now we need to do this component. Let's give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a position of relative, and I'm going to set display to flex, and I'm going to set the background color to white and give it a shadow and flex to column like that. We don't have anything yet because we have not added any text. Let's try to add the first bit. So we have the first div, and then we have another div. So the first div is going to be flex and justify between. Flex, justify between, item center, like that. All right, and we are going to do a div in here. Class name, and it's also going to be display flex, and we're going to set the BG white, and I'm going to set rounded top left and rounded top right. All right. In here, we're going to have some buttons. button. And we are going to have buttons for liking and also buttons for bookmarks. Okay. How do we do this? So we need some icons. Let's look for font or some. So the icons that we are looking for, icons. Let's search for CDN. Awesome, CDN. And we're going to copy this URL here, copy link tag, and we're going to go to layout. And here we're going to add a head and paste in the URL and make this a capital letter O, capital letter P, save. And we're going to create a utils folder. That's where we're going to add our icons. Utils, and we're going to have icons in here. Icons. .tsx. Perfect. So go to font awesome, search for an icon you want, and then copy the icon. Copy this icon here, and then you're going to be to do like this: export const, you can name like home, and then paste the icon name here, and then make sure you change this to class name, like so. And now we have the home icon. It's exported. We can do more icons as we want. Okay, I'll just paste in the rest of the icons here. All right, so we have these icons. Let's go back to the card. And I'm just going to display this as heart empty, like that. So make sure you import the icon up top here. This is a client component. So we should be able to see heart empty, but the text is white, so we don't see anything useful here. Heart empty, and we need to duplicate this button. We have heart empty, and then we have bookmark. Actually, so we have like and bookmark empty, like that. So we have the two icons, which looks looking good. Let's style this. So give it a class name. We're going to do a template literal because we're going to style based on whether the user has liked or not liked this. Okay. I'm going to give it a padding and border. I'm going to give it border 2, rounded full, justify center, flex, text XL, width and height of 10. And it's going to be circular. So let's refresh. We don't see anything yet. Pokemon card. At empty. Okay. Let's set the text to black, actually to gray something for now. Gray 300, like that. Still don't see anything, which is weird. Go back to page. So Pokemon card. Save page. Okay, so perfect. Because we had not saved the page, that's why we couldn't see anything. But now we can see the buttons. All right. And it's looking pretty good. We need to do the same thing for the other button. Copy this class. I'll actually copy the whole class name and repeat on the other button. Paste that in like that. Okay, that's perfect. And we have another button at the end here. We're going to route to that particular item that we click on. So I'm going to collapse this div and we're going to have a button. So it's going to have arrow, angle, right. That's the name of the icon. And I'm going to style this. I'm going to give it a border. Okay, so we're going to give it the same width and height, flex item center, justify center, rounded full, border to text gray, and border gray 300. And let's save. So there's our button here. Also, when I hover, I want the color to be a green color. That's what I'm going to put, and I'm going to give it a transition. I will do it on the next line, so it's cleaner. So when we hover, I want to set this green color, and the border, I'm going to set that to transparent, and hover text, I'm going to set to white, and give it a transition. All right, so let's see. When I hover, there's this green color, and there's a transition, but we want to route to that particular Pokemon we click on, and we need to import, use router, const router, go to use router, coming from next navigation, and save that. And when I click, we're going to push on click, we're going to router.push, and then we're going to push Pokemon, and then Pokemon.name instead of ID. Okay, name, like so. And when I click, it's not working because we don't have the page for that. So let's create a new page, Pokemon, and then ID, new file, page.tsx. And we still want the header in here. All right, so we should be able to route to a page, and we're still gonna see the header, and we can come back to the browse page. That's perfect. Let's go back to Pokemon card. Let's keep styling. I will collapse this grid for now. And in this one, we're going to give it a class name, flex gap. I'm going to set that to 4, like so. All right. And we're going to have another div, class name. Let's set flex to 1. And here, that's where the image is going to be. We're going to render the image. Make sure your import image is self-closing. And we're going to have an alt tag. Object, I'm just going to leave it contain the image. And we need a source, src, that's for the source. So for the source, I'm going to do some checking. So I'm just going to, this is the placeholder, I'll leave it for now. So let's inspect. Let's see what properties we have. So Pokemon, it's actually sprites. Let me just leave it like this. So Pokemon.sprites.other. That's the image we're going to use for now. I'm just going to see okay, we have another error. So copy this URL here and add it to our domains. Next config, and here we add that URL so we don't get the error. Okay, let's refresh. And let's go back to use Pokemon data. Let's console log details. I'm going to select the first item 0. So we see what properties we have. All right, so the properties that we have. So we have sprites, okay, sprites. And then the one that I want to display is the sprites. And then we have other. And then we have home. And this is what I'm rendering, okay? So we also want to add a fallback. If this doesn't exist, let's add another fallback. So we're going to go sprites. And then we are going to go to home. It's actually front, default, this one here. Okay, so let's add the fallback now. So if that image doesn't exist, if it doesn't exist, we are adding a fallback to that Pokemon sprites and front default. Okay, like so. There's a fallback. Nice. So we have the image, but now we need to show some statistics onto the right side. Okay, let's go back and keep styling. So we set flex to 1, and let's create a div underneath. All right. And I'm also going to set flex to 1 for this one. And I'm going to display flex, and it's going to be in a column. And we're going to create another div in here. So we're going to have some text in this div. So class name, I'm going to set margin bottom, MB, I'm going to set that to 2. Flex gap, I'm going to set that to 2. All right. So in here, we're going to have a p tag, and we're going to show the height. I'll give it a class name. So the height is Pokemon.height. If we look at the properties, so object, oops, not this one. List details. Okay, so we have the height. So Pokemon, which is this object dot height. Okay, there it is. So that's what we want to do. The height is going to be in meters. Pokemon.height. All right, and it's going to be, we're going to separate with a comma because we're going to display next to each other. So we have height and weight. So we can duplicate this, and we're going to add the weight in kilograms. Like so, weight, and then we also have experience, and it's going to be in XP. Paste, save that. So there it is. There's the height, weight, and XP. That's perfect. And underneath this div, we are going to have an h2, and we're going to show the name of the Pokemon. And let's give it class name. And we're going to set the text to 2XL and font bold and text center, like so. And finally, we're going to have to loop through the types. Okay, so we have the types array. So h2, let's do a div. Class name, flex, justify center. Let's set the gap to 2. Okay, so we need to map through Pokemon.types. So, and we're going to do a p tag here. And let's give it a key because it's a list. Let's use the index as the key. All right. So we have the index as a key, and we're going to give it a class name as well. And let's set the text to small. Class name, and give text like this. And then here, we're going to display the type.type.name, like so. That's good. So we should be able to see the type, but we don't see it yet because we need to assign a background color to this. So we need to create the colors. I've gotten some of the colors on the internet. So let's go to utils and create a colors file, colors.ts. You can get these colors from the repo. I'm going to link the repo in the description. So go to the repo and get these colors. I don't want to do this one by one. So these are the colors. You can modify this to whatever you want. All right, so we have the color. Go back to Pokemon, and we're going to style and put a background. Style, so background color. Instead of type.color, we are going to import type color from utils, and then we're going to select a color based on the type, .type .name. Okay, like that. Name. And let's save. Sweet. So as you can see now, we do have the types. It's showing nicely. And yeah, we can display data. We are now going to work on the individual page. So when I click, I want to be able to see the details of that particular Pokemon I've clicked on. We need another function to fetch the data when I click. So for example, if I go to the Pokemon ID, on initial render, I want to fetch the details of that particular Pokemon that I've clicked on. So let's create that function. Let's go to use Pokemon data. Let's do it after the details. Fetch Pokemon by name. So by default, if we go to the Poke API website, you can see we can fetch by the name of that particular Pokemon, and then we can see the details. That's what we want to do now. Const fetch Pokemon by name, like so. And we are going to try catch and make sure we can just say error fetching Pokemon by name, and let's set loading to true. Okay, so because we want to implement a loading screen. Okay, and then we're going to take the name for the parameter. Const response. We're going to await Axios.get base URL and then the name of that particular Pokemon. And then we're going to set loading to false after we finish fetching the data. And let's create a new state. We're going to name this active Pokemon. And it's going to be no on initial render. And then we're going to set active Pokemon to response.data. And then we're just going to return response.data here, like so. Perfect. And we have this function. Let's dispatch our function in here and go to the global dispatch. And also we need to import that from use Pokemon data. Okay, and we are going to go to the page, and this is the client component. Use client, and let's get that function, fetch Pokemon by name, and it's coming from global context. All right. So on initial render, we want to get the details of that particular Pokemon, but the details is coming, we're going to use the name. So when I click, you're going to see this name here. We're going to get this name from params. That's why we have done this here. This is the param, is the ID. We can name it name, props, and then params. And then we're going to ID, it's a type of string, like so. And then here we can destructure params, and then we can get ID from params. And destructure ID from params, like so. Let's see what this ID is. And let's go to the console. As you can see, the ID is the name of that user. Okay, that's the params. So we want to fetch using this name. Get Pokemon by ID, actually it's name. We're going to use a use effect and make sure you import use effect. And when the ID changes, we want to re-render this use effect. It's actually fetch Pokemon, and then we pass in the name, which is the ID in this case, like so. And we have an error. Fetch Pokemon by name is not a function. So let's see why. Because we have not, oops, we're importing this, it should be up here. Okay, save. And let's refresh this page. Let's go back to the home page and let's click again. Okay. Use global context. Fetch Pokemon by name. What seems to be the issue here is not a function. Global context. Okay. It's imported. Oh, we need to export it down here. Oh, it's exported. We just need to save. Okay, so now we have saved. It's working now. Let's go back to page. We can try to get active Pokemon as well, and loading, and active Pokemon. All right. So we have that. We are going to COG active Pokemon. It says undefined, which is weird. And let's refresh here and let's inspect. Let's do active Pokemon console. Okay, active Pokemon is undefined because we have not dispatched active Pokemon. We need to import that here in the global context, import, and we need to dispatch. Okay, so now we should be able to see something. Let me refresh. Active Pokemon is still undefined, which is weird. Active Pokemon. Let me get rid of this so we don't get distracted. And now let's refresh. Okay, so now active Pokemon is working. As you can see now, it returns the object of that particular Pokemon. Let's go back to the page and let's style this. Let's create a section. So let's give it a padding X of 16, the one we've been using. Class name px16, minimum height 90 VH, and grid 1 column, and then MD for medium screen 2. All right. Now we need to go inside this section here. So inside this section, we are going to display a lot of things. So we have the first div, and then we have another div, which is going to contain the image. Let's start with the image div. Let's do class name, and we're going to give it a position of relative and justify items to center and item center. And let's do the image. Make sure we import image from next image. And I'm going to set width and height to 600, 700. Let's close the tag. Close the tag. Oops. Close the tag. And 4. So we have image. We were going to set like an icon in the background. Okay. So this is the icon that's going to be in the background of the main image. So we're going to get that from, let's do src. We're going to look in the icons folder. Icons. Okay, icons. So the icons folder, we have the icons folder in here somewhere. Public. Where's the public folder? So we have the icons folder here. So I've got these icons on the internet. So if you want to know where to find them, I will show you the link where to find these icons. So if you go to GitHub, these are the link. This is where I found the icons here. That's the repo I found the icons. So you can just look on the internet where you can find these icons. Okay. And I'm going to close this. And source icons. And we are going to look for a specific icon depending on the type of the Pokemon. So icons, I'm going to put a slash here. And I am going to, so make sure this is a template literal. So we're going to do active Pokemon. And we're going to do types. It's an array. Types is an array. I'm going to select the first element, .name, and then .svg at the end. Depending on the type, we're going to display a particular image based on the types. Okay, if you look at these images, we are dynamically displaying the image based on whatever type it is. Okay, and we're going to save. So we have the source, and we need the auth tag, like so. All right, so there it is. There's the image based on the type. So if I go back, if I click something like water, see, as you can see, it's different now. There's a water drop. And let's see let's add some styles for this image. it's going to be behind the main image. That's why we're going to set it to position absolute. And we're going to set the opacity to 15%. 15%. Okay, so position absolute, opacity 15%, top 50%, left 50%, transform, translate X, we're going to do minus 50% and translate Y minus 50% because it's going to be centered in this container here. We don't see it yet because our background is not sorted yet. But once we sort out the background, we are going to be able to see that. Let's actually sort out the background now, and then we will come back to this image. Okay, so we are going to sort out the background. Let's do it. So section, on the section, let's go to the next line, and we're going to do style, and then we're going to do background. Okay, so for the background, we are going to use type color. Type color, if you remember, that type color we have, it's in a, I think it's an object. Type color, it's an object of colors. Okay, so here, type color, we're going to select based on the types. So active Pokemon, like this, and then dot types, like so. Okay, so the types is an array. So what we're going to do inside here, we are going to math.flow. We're going to get rid of the decimal places. Flow, and then we're going to do math.random because the types, each Pokemon might have more than one type. So we are using random to select any of those type randomly. So the color is going to be dynamic. We're not going to be fixed to select the first color only, but we want to select any of those colors depending on the types the Pokemon have. Okay, so we're going to do math.flow, math.random, and then we're going to multiply. We're going to multiply by active Pokemon dot types dot length. Okay, and then we're going to do dot type dot name here. Save that. We have an issue because get rid of this. So I'll explain this again. So the background color, each color, so we have a unique color, so we're going to select based on the type. Okay, so if it's type of water, it's going to have this color here. So depending on how many types, so we're checking if this one, and if this particular item has more than one background colors, we're going to select those colors at random. Okay, that's what we're doing here. Otherwise, we're just going to use the same the color we have. If there's only one color, we're only going to use that one particular color. Otherwise, we're just going to select at random if there's more than one. Okay, perfect. Let me show you what I mean. So for example, this one has two colors. I select, now it's green. Let me try again. It's still green. Let me try again. Still green. Okay, and now you can see the color has changed. Okay, so it's selecting at random. That's what we're doing here. Okay, so now we sort out the background. So let's sort out the styles of this image. So now we're absoluting positioning this. And underneath that, we are going to display another image. Image, like this. And this one is going to have width and height of 500. And let's do the source. So for the source, we're going to use actually not this one. I don't want to use this official artwork. I want to use front shiny. So we're going to use this one, active Pokemon, the sprites.other home front shiny. This one, right? So I'll add a fallback. If we don't have this image, I'll add another fallback, which is going to be this. I'll also add another fallback if it doesn't exist. Okay. And that's the fallback. That's perfect. All right. Looks good. So it's on top of this background image. All right. And I think I'll leave it like this for now. If we need anything else, we edit later. Type name. Okay, so now let's do the stats from on this side. Okay. Let's collapse, and I'm going to add a class name. We're going to have flex for the display flex, and we're going to do flex column, justify center, gap. We're going to set that to 6. All right. So we are going to have a div here as well. The first, div, and we're going to do class name. We're going to do flex column, gap. I'm going to set that to 1. All right. And we are going to have another div inside. Okay. Class name, flex, gap. We're going to set that to 4. Gap to 4. And we're going to have buttons in here. So these buttons, we're going to play the sound. So this one is going to have volume high, volume icon, high icon. And then this is going to be the old cry. All right. So when I press play, nothing happens because we need to make sure this plays. Let's start with the styles, and then we're going to add the play functionality later. Class name. And I'm going to add px, py, flex, text to small, font bold, bg white. And when I hover, I'm just going to decrease the opacity of the background color to 90% and put a transition here. All right, and let's save. So when I hover, the opacity is decreased to 90%. And let's do on click. So on click, so here let's do a callback function. Callback function, we're going to create a new audio, and here we're going to create a new instance of audio. So audio, and then we are going to get the legacy version, active Pokemon.cries, and then we're going to get the legacy version. That's the old one, like that. And then we have the audio instance created, and then now we just need to play that audio.play, and let's save. Now let's try to play this. Okay, perfect, it's working. So now we just need to do the same thing. We just need to duplicate this to the new one. Instead of legacy, it's going to be latest, and this should be new. Instead of volume high, let's leave it at volume high actually. So we should have this 2 cries. Okay, it works. Perfect. Let's collapse. Collapse this, and we have grateful. Let's do an H1. And here we're going to show the name of the Pokemon. So active Pokemon.name, and let's give it a class name. And we're going to set the text to 6 XL and give it font bold and capitalize. Save that. Okay, so capitalize the first character of that text. It's looking pretty good. Let's collapse this. All right, so we have H1. Okay, and let's do another div here. So this one is going to have a grid, a display of grid. Class name and grid. For smaller screens, it's going to have 1 column, 2 columns for the bigger screens. Okay, so for this one, let's do another div in here. Class name, flex column, and gap, we're going to set that to 2. Okay, and we're going to have an h2 that says abilities, like so. And we're going to map through all of the abilities that we have. We're going to create an unordered list. Okay, and we are going to give the class name flex, and we're going to set the gap to 2, like that. And then we're going to map through all of the abilities, active Pokemon dot abilities. We're going to map, and then we're going to return an li tag. So this is the list. So the key, we're going to set that to index. So index is type of number. And ability, I'm going to get rid of type checking. Actually, I think it's a string. All right, so we have that, and we're going to show the ability dot name here. Ability is actually, it's not a string. I'll get rid of this type checking here, and it's going to be ability dot name. So there it is. There's the abilities, and we just need to style this. I'm going to give it a padding and a text color. Let's give it a blue color. So I'm going to give it rounded full, BG white, font bold, text SM, and then this is the blue color for the background, item center. All right. So there's the abilities. Looking good. We're going to collapse this. Collapse. And we're going to do another div. And we're going to display flex this. Display flex, flex column 2, and we're going to add another h2. And this one is going to be types. Okay, and we're going to do another UL. Class name, flex wrap, gap 2. And we're going to map through the types. Okay, so the same thing we have done up. So it's active Pokemon types.map. And we're going to use the same styles pretty much and save. Okay, it looks good. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change the background color to zinc instead. So instead of BG white, I will change it to zinc, like so. And the text, I will change it to white. Like so. Okay, so this is the BG color. Looks good. So we have the types set up. Let's try to collapse this. Let's go here, and we're going to collapse the types. Okay, types flex 2, display grid. Let's create another div here. Underneath this display grid, we're going to display flex this. Display flex, and we're going to do an h2, which is going to be base stats. All right, so here, base stats, we're going to show some statistics like the progress bars. Okay, and let's go back. Let's create, open up. Okay, so we need to set up the loading actually, so it doesn't take time to load. Okay. Looks good. So let's sort out the base stats. UL, like so, and flex column, flex item center. Actually, no, flex column, and we're going to give it a gap of 4. And we're going to map through active Pokemon like this, and then we're going to look for stats array, stats, and then we're going to map like that. And then in here, we're going to return a list item. And we need to give it a key because we're mapping key. We're going to set that to the index. All right. And let's start styling this. Let's display flex, item center. Let's do flex column, actually. Flex column. And let's set the gap to 1. Something like that. And we're going to have 2 divs in here. So the first one, we're going to add some text. So start.start name. We're mapping through the stats. So it has a name. And also it has a base stat. Like that, save. So you're going to see that. So we have the name and then the stat. Okay, so that's the div. Let's also style this. Flex, item center. We are going to also set the gap to 4, like that. All right, so now let's do the progress bar. The progress bars. So li, we have this first div. We are going to create another div in here. And I'm going to set the background color to, let's start with the width. I'm going to set it to 4. Height, I'm going to set that to 3. And BG, I'm going to set that to white. But the opacity, I'm going to set that to 15%. All right, and rounded, it's going to be medium, rounded MD. And then I'm going to set the overflow to hidden. And I'm going to set the margin top to 1. Like so. There it is. It's looking pretty good. So now we actually want to showcase the progress bar depending on what stat we have. Okay. So we're done with the styles. We're going to create a div because we set the overflow hidden. That's the parent. So this div is going to be the actual progress div. And let's give it a class name. Let's use template literals here. And we're going to set the height to 100%. So height 4. Okay. And rounded, I'm going to set that to MD. And now, oops. Now for the background color, we are going to, what should we give it? Actually, let's do this. Let's create, what color should I give the background color? Okay, let's just give a BG white. BG white, you can give this any colors you want. I was thinking to give them dynamic colors, but I'll just give it a BG white. Okay. BG white. So we have done the BG white. Now let's do the width. Okay. So the width, depending on the stats, I'm going to normalize the maximum value for this to be 200. Okay, 200%. Not 200%, but to be 200. So this is defense. So relative to this value, this one is going to be 200 relative to this stats here. Okay, so what? Let's do class name. Let's do style. And for the width, not windows, but width. Okay, so for the width, let's do template literals here. And we are going to use the start the base start, and we're going to divide this by 200 because that's going to be our base, our base width relative to the statistics. And then we're going to multiply by 100, so it's going to be in percentage. So by 100, let's just comment this. Normalize the width to the width to what should I name this to make sense? To max 200. Okay, comment that out. So as you can see now, the progress is showing. That's good relative to this progress bar. All right. Let's see. So UL, I'm going to collapse this. Let's see if we need to add anything else. So uncollapse. Okay, so we have this UL. Let's add another div here. And here we're going to show the width and height. Let's do class name. We're going to set the margin top to 2. Flex, we're going to give it a gap of 4. Let's do a p tag. So for the p tag, I'm going to give it a p4. I'll get a class name. I am going to set the p to 4, flex column, item center, uppercase, and the text to gray. Okay, and let's go inside this p tag. We're going to have a span. We're going to have a ruler icon coming from Lucid React. So import the icon, and I'm going to set the size to 18. And let's style this. Class name, paste in. And we need to give it a height, which is active Pokemon.height in meters. It's actually meters, like so. And there it is. All right. And we're missing the text here. So this should be height. So there it is. It's looking reasonable. All right. We have set text XM height. All right. P4 font bold. We just need to duplicate this a few times and change from height. So duplicate 1. So this is going to be width, actually weight. And this is going to be weight, size 18. And this is going to be weight. And this one is going to be in kilograms, kg. Okay, and there's the weight. There it is. And the last one, duplicate, is going to be XP, the experience. Base experience. Okay, instead of weight, this should be base XP. Okay, so this looks good. I think we're pretty much done with this page. So depending on the character. Okay, and yeah, it's working, but now we need to implement the loading. So for us to do loading, we are going to use a package, not a package, but let's see. Let's look for loader CSS. Can't remember the name of the website. Yeah, this is the website. So if I go to the classics, so we're going to copy this loading here. Copy this. And let's go to the globals. Underneath the body, I'll paste in the loading. Okay, save. So we need to style this loader. Okay, so we are going to style. So we have the content is set to loading. Let's set the color to a purple color and change the font size to 6.5 rem, like that. Okay, I think that's it. We don't need to change anything else. What I will do, I will copy this. I don't think we need any of these variables, do we? Order. You know what? I'll just leave them in. I'll go up and I'll paste them up here. All right, so now we have the loader class. This one as well. Root, dark. I'll paste it up here. All right. So we have the loader. Let's go back to page. Let's implement that loader. Let's do it here. So select this one here. We're going to check if we're loading. So if is not loading, that's when we are going to display this. So we need to, yeah, we've already imported loading. What is this issue? Oops, this should cover this whole section here. So if it's not loading, we are going to display this, okay? Otherwise, we are going to show that loader. All right, so there's this. If it's not loading, display that. And for the loader, we are going to create a div. Loading. We need to add that loader div. We can create a component for this, by the way, separate component. If loading, we're going to show this. And we are going to add that loader div in here with the class of loader. So this is the class name. So the name of the class name is loader. And we are going to give this height. Let's set it to 80 VH and center everything. Flex and center items. All right, so now let's try to see if it's working. So what we can do, I will get rid of this loading here for now. And then I'll create loading. Const loading equal to true. And save that. And let's click any of this. So as you can see now, there's our loading. And then when it's finished loading, it's going to display the contents. So Ctrl Z and save that. All right, so let's open up anything else and loading, and then it will show the content. Okay. Amazing. Perfect. Now what we're going to do, let's see if we can add a button to load more items at the bottom. Let's go to use Pokemon data. Let's create that function. Load more, like that. It's going to be a function, and then we're going to do fetch Pokemon current page +1. Every time we click the button, it's going to update the state +1. So the current page is going to add 1 every time we click the button with this. And we're going to dispatch load more. This. All right. And we need to create a button that's going to allow us to load more contents. Let's go to the main page. Okay, so we have a section with the Pokemon card. How do we implement load more? Okay, so let's do it after section. We're gonna check Pokemon list details. I'm going to check for the length. Length, if it's greater than, let's do 38. If it's greater than 38, let's do a div. And then I'm going to give it margin top 4. And I'm going to give it margin bottom to 10. Class name, like so. And we're going to display a button. A button. We're going to have a span within the button. And I'm going to add an icon, arrow, down, angle, down. Make sure you import the icon and add the text, load more. So, and let's set the text to LG here. Text, I'm going to set that to large, which is LG. Save that. There's our button. We also need to get load more, like that. Remember, it's keeping the state. So if I go back to the Pokemon data, so where is it? Fetch Pokemon. So here, it's keeping the previous data. Whenever I load more data, the previous data stays, and it will add the new data. The old data is going to be kept in the state. Okay, so it's not going to reset page. So here on click on the button, we're going to load more. On click, we are going to load more. So let's try that. So click. Okay, seems like there's an issue there. Let's inspect. Load more. Let's refresh and let's see why. Click. Click. Wait a minute. So click. Okay. It seems to be working, but it's resetting. It's resetting. We're going to fix that later. Class name. It's actually resetting to start at the top, but it does fetch new data, but we have to go start again from the top, which is not which is not the functionality we are looking for. We're going to fix it later. But for now, let's start this button. I am going to set the font medium and give it a bit of a shadow and a background color, and flex and give it a gap of 2. And I'm also going to do a transition. When I hover, I'm going to set the text to green, like so. So when I hover, the text is green, the background is green, and the text is white, and give it a bit of a transition, like so. I'm actually going to change this PG green. Let's do green 300, I think. Let's see what that looks like. I mean, let's leave it at 400. Okay, so let's start by fixing this issue where it's resetting at the top. So I want to get rid of that. So we have to go to the page, and let's get rid of the loading here. Let's get rid of that. And now let's try to refresh, and let's scroll down and click load more. Okay, and now it's not resetting to start at the top. That's perfect. So now we are going to work on liking and unliking, and actually liking and unliking, and also saving a bookmark. And then we're going to display those items here on these pages. Okay, so let's do that. Now we are going to go to API, and then we're going to create a new endpoint. It's called Pokemon, like so. All right, so that's our endpoint. We are going to start with, let's create a route.ts in here. Okay, we are going to create a post request. Because we want to add like and a bookmark. Export. It's going to be an async function. Async function. It's going to be post. And then we're going to pass in the request object. And it's going to be a type of next request coming from next server, like that. Try catch. And we're going to COG. And then we're going to COG error in liking or bookmark. Something like that, okay? And then we're going to return the error. Return next response coming from next server, and it's going to be .json. And then we're going to showcase the error if there's an error. So for the error, actually, I'll get rid of this. So in the JSON, we are going to showcase the error and also a message in here. I'll do success. Let's start with the message. And we can name this whatever we want. Error occurred while processing your request. Like so. All right, I think we're good to go. Okay, I'll get rid of this. Now for us to be able to like, we are going to get a user ID and also the Pokemon that we want to like. Okay, so we can get that from the request.json file. Okay. By the way, it's remembering the properties that I've done on the original project, but in this case, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to return next response.json and with a message like this. All right, so now let's test this. I'm going to be using Postman to test the API endpoints. You can use anything like Insomnia if you want. So in this case, it's a post request. We're going to go to API Pokémon. So this is what I was doing off screen on the original project that I'm using as a reference. That's why you're seeing this already. And I'm going to send. As you can see now, there's a message here because we're showing in the console. Perfect. But we want to go to Prisma. We want to create a user model and connect to our database, MongoDB. So in here, instead of Postgres, we're going to use MongoDB. Okay. And we need to go to .env. We need to put our environment variable. We need to put our connection URL for MongoDB. So here, we're going to search for MongoDB. You can use Postgres if you want, but for along, you can use MongoDB. And I'm going to sign in with my Google account. Okay. So we are going to, if you don't have an account, you can create a new cluster. Once you create a cluster, you're going to see something like this. Browse collections. And then you can actually not browse collections, but connect. And then drivers. And then we're going to copy this connection URL and make sure you remember your username and password. And then, or you can create users here, database access. You can create a new user and give that user a name and a password. And then you copy those details and then copy that URL. Copy the URL, and here we are going to replace this with our MongoDB URL. And I'm going to name this Pokemon for the name of the database. And make sure you add your password. So this is my password. It's auto-generated. And this is the user. By the way, I'm going to regenerate this password again. So it's going to be different. So don't copy this password. I'm always going to regenerate this password. So I'll show you, I've created this user called YouTube user. I can edit this user. So for the password, I can edit password and then auto-generate Okay, and it's going to be different. Now I will just copy this password and update user. So if you copy the password, it's not going to work for you. Okay, so I will cancel this. So now we have the connection URL, and let's go to Prisma, and we need to create a user in here. Prisma. Let's create a model user. Model, it's going to be user. So this is like a table of user. User, like so. And we're going to have ID. So ID is going to be string. And in here, we are going to map this ID. And then it's going to be, actually, because it's MongoDB, so we're going to map using this /ID. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so that's good for the ID. And then we need Auth0 ID, and the string is going to be name. It's going to be the type of string, and then it's going to be unique. And then we're going to have bookmarks, and it's going to be type of string, but as an array. It's going to be an array of string of names that were saved as a bookmark, liked. It's going to be the same thing, string. Do this. All right, so liked. And then we are going to have created that, and we're going to have updated that. Okay, like so, and save. So this is the user. We can generate, or we can do it in the terminal. So if I go to the terminal, open up a new terminal, npx Prisma, generate, like so, and then we're going to generate like that. It's actually npx, not npm. All right, perfect. And we need to create a Prisma client for us to be able to connect. Let's go to utils, and we're going to create a file called connect to ts, like so. So this is going to be our Prisma client. Okay, so in here, we're going to declare global. Global. So in this global, we're going to have a var called Prisma, and then we're going to use the Prisma client. We need to import Prisma client from Prisma client, not extension, but just Prisma client, or it's going to be undefined, like so. All right, that's Prisma, and we're going to use the Prisma client, not Prima, but Prisma, like that. I'm going to check if process.env node env equal to production. We are going to set Prisma to the new Prisma client. Okay, we're going to create a new instance. Else, we are going to check if not global.prisma, and then global.prisma, we're going to set it to the new client again, and then Prisma, we're going to set it to global.prisma, like so. Export default Prisma, like that. All right, I think this is what we need for now, and let's save this. Let's see if we have access to that in here. Let's import Prisma. We don't have access, so let's import Prisma. Okay, import. Oh, my PC just froze. Oh, VS Code just crashed. We will reopen it. I don't know why it crashed. Okay, that was weird. Import Prisma from connect. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and we have set up the connection. So we have the env with the URL, the database URL. So in here, we are going to send some properties from the client, and the properties that we're going to send, it's going to be the user ID, also the item that we have liked, or the item that we have bookmarked. So we're going to destructure those properties. We're going to get, let me just check if my recording is not crashed as well. Okay, it's all working. I'm going to get those properties, which is going to be user ID, and we're going to get Pokemon, the Pokemon that we've liked, Pokemon, and action. So the action is either going to be liked, like, or bookmark. Okay, await request not body, but just request.json. So the action is either like, or it's either we're liking or we're bookmarking something. Okay, and let's validate the action. Validate the action. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to check if not bookmark. Okay, the action, if it's not this, if it's not bookmark or bookmark or like, okay, if it's not this, dot includes action. Okay, so we're just checking. If it's not this, we're going to throw an error. Okay, and that's why we are going to do return next response, and then we're just going to say invalid action. Okay, because we're just checking, so action is either going to be one of these, otherwise we're going to throw an error. All right, so we are doing that, and what we're going to do, we're going to find or create a new user. Find or create a new user. All right, we are going to do const user. It's actually, let's do let user equal to await. We're going to do Prisma dot user, and then we're going to find unique, like so. And then we're going to check where Auth0 ID, that's what we're using. We're using the Auth0 ID property that we created, matches the user ID being sent from the client. If it matches, okay, that means the user is there. If it's not, we're going to create a user. So we're going to check if not user. If not user, we're going to do user equal to await Prisma dot user dot create. We're going to create the new user, and here we're going to add the properties. So data, we have Auth0 ID. We're going to set that to the user ID being sent from the client, and bookmarks empty array, likes empty array, like so. Liked, not likes. All right, so we have those properties, and we're creating a new user if we don't have the user. Otherwise, I'm gonna determine the action to take. Okay, I'm going to create a new array, and I'll name this field to update. Okay, I'm gonna check action. Okay, I'm gonna check action if it's equal to bookmark. Okay, bookmark, and then we're going to update the bookmarks, otherwise liked. Okay, so action, if it's bookmark, we're updating this, otherwise liked. Okay, const current, we're going to check the current items. We go to user, and then field to update. Okay, which is going to be bookmarks or liked. All right, that's good. So we want to be able to unlike and like toggling between like and unlike. So let's toggle logic. Okay, and updated items. I'm gonna check if current items, if they include the Pokemon that we sent. Okay, we're going to remove the item if already present, if it exists or present. Updated items is equal to current. This should be current. I'm going to refactor this. Current. Okay, so current items, we're going to filter. We're removing the item if it exists. Otherwise, we're going to add. So add the item if it does not exist. So we're going to do updated items equal to current items. Okay, so the current, whatever we have, and then we're adding on top. So we are using the spread operator to copy the current items in this array and add the newly liked item on top of the old items. And we are just going to update the user and await. We're going to not action, but await. We're going to use Prisma.user.update. Okay, we're going to update the user where the user ID sent from the client, and then the data field to update, and then we're gonna put the updated items, and then we're just going to return here. So instead of this, we're going to, instead of the message, we can return a property. Let's name this toggle, or maybe toggled off, and then we're going to do current items that includes Pokemon. Okay, so we have this property toggled off. Maybe we can do another property. Let's do success. So we have this success. We're going to set that to true. Okay, and we can show a message if you want. That's entirely up to you. Message successfully action. Okay, liked or bookmarked. All right. Now let's save this and let's try to go to Postman and test this API. So boom, we are going to see an error. Let's make sure this is running. PowerShell npm run dev, and let's refresh. All right, let's refresh. Okay, it's working. That's perfect. And let's go back to Postman and let's hit send. Okay, so seems like there's an issue, right? Because we don't have these files here, not the files, but these items. So we need to send those items. Okay. From the body, let's do that. So let's do body. Let's do user ID. It's going to be like this. That's the user ID. You know what? Rather than me doing this one by one, let's just go to the client and do it in the client, so I don't take a lot of time doing this. Let's go to the client. We're going to go to, let's create a new file in the context. This is going to be user, use user. Use user data, something like that. We're going to create a hook for that. Use data. Okay, so we are going to perform an action, and let's create a function for that. Use user data. Export const use user data, like that. And let's pass in the user here. And let's see, what do we need? We need a state. Const, let's do user details. User details, set user details, and we need to import the state here from React, like so. Perfect. So before we do anything, we need to create a function for us to perform an action. Const perform action. Okay, so here it's going to take in, remember, we need to send in the user ID, and we also need to send in the Pokemon name, Pokemon, and we also need the action, whether we are bookmarking or liking. So let's make sure this is an async function, like so. That's great. And then we're going to run try catch, perform action. Yep, that's perfect. So in here, let's do an error. Let's do error perform action, something like that, and then showcase the error. Okay, sweet. So for us to be able to perform an action, let's see, what do we need to do here? Let's, when I check actually for this user here, if not user, we're going to stop the execution. So we're just going to return. Okay, and I'll copy this. So if you don't have the user, it's not going to execute anything underneath here. It's actually, no, we don't, this is not required in here. So let's just focus on performing the action. So we have user details, and we want to send an end to an endpoint. Okay, so I'll do await in here. We're going to do Axios, and it's going to be a post. And the endpoint, we actually need the base URL. Actually, no, we don't need the base URL because our API is here. So we just need to add API. So we are using /API, and it's going to be Pokemon. Okay, and we're going to send the data. We're going to send in the user ID, Pokemon, and action, like so. So we're sending in those details here. Okay, and perform action. We have this. Let's try to see if we can const. We're going to return here. Here we're going to send in perform action. We don't need set user details. We need user details though, like so. And let's go to global context. And we're going to get those properties from use user data. Use user, oops, not use user. User data, we need to import that. Pokemon. So let's see if this is correct. Use user data. Yep. And we're getting this from use user data. And we're going to dispatch this user details and perform action. Okay, so when do we want this perform action to work? Well, we are going to do that inside the card, Pokemon card, and let's get that function. So Pokemon card const perform action. You got to use global. All right. We also want to get the user, const user. Got to use user from next auth, like that. We're getting the user object. And we're going to do it at, okay, so this one here, on click, and we're going to run a callback function. Okay, so here we're going to check if we have the user. If user.id, this is the ID of the user, by the way, sub. Okay, we're going to check if we do, and then we are going to perform action, and then we're going to send in the ID. It takes in the ID, the function, and then takes in the Pokemon name, and then takes in the action type, which is like. Okay. Otherwise, if we're not logged in, we're going to router.push API auth and log in. Save that, and let's see the console. So let's clear. Let's click, click. Okay, we don't see anything, but let's check if we have created a user. Let's go to the database. We're already in the database. Clusters, browse collections, and the API is called Pokemon. That's the name. And then we have the user table. Okay, as you can see now, there's a user created, and in the liked, there is one item liked here already. Let me try to like another item. Okay, so like, and let's refresh. Okay, so as you can see, there's two items liked. I can unlike one of those. Which one is it? This one? Unlike. And let's refresh again. Perfect. As you can see, it's one item here in the array. Sweet. But now I want to update the state in real time, the user interface here in real time, to know that we have liked this particular element. But first off, I want to fetch the user data. So currently we have one user in the database, but I'm going to create a new endpoint here for the user. Okay, and we're going to create a simple function to get that user data. Route.ts export async function get. Okay, so make sure we import the next request here. We're going to run try catch, and here we're going to return next response.json. Make sure we import response coming from next server. All right, and let's go to the user message. All right, so we are also going to get the params. Okay, so the items that we want to like, we want to get the user ID from the params. So here I'm going to like this, and then we're going to do params. We're going to destructure params, and then user ID. So the type of user ID is going to be string, like that. Okay, so we have the params. Okay, and let's destructure const user ID. User ID is coming from params, like so. So we have the user ID. We're going to check. If not user ID, we're going to show an error. If not user ID, we're going to say invalid user ID, something like that. All right, otherwise we are just going to find the user who matches our ID. Const, let's do, const user. We go to await Prisma. So Prisma, so make sure you import Prisma. Is it imported in here? Prisma.user. And then we're going to find unique. We're going to find where Auth0 ID is equal to the user ID coming from the params, and we need to import Prisma from utils, like that. And we're also going to check if not user, if not user, and then we're going to say user not found. Otherwise, we're just going to return the data of the user. Return next response user. Okay, we don't need to do this, just user. like so. Save that. And let's try to get the user. Let's go back to use user data. And let's create a function to fetch user details. So if this user details state here, and let's do it up top. Const fetch user details to async. And here we're going to pass in, actually we don't pass in the user ID because we're using params. So we're going to check if not user, we're going to stop the execution and then we're going to do return here. Not truncate, but try catch, like so. And then we're going to show an error in the console. Here we're going to do const response equal to await Axios, and then we're going to get API user, and then we're going to pass in the user ID here. So the user ID is going to be the user coming from the logged in user. We're going to send in the ID coming from Auth0. So we're going to get the user object, use user, okay, coming from Auth0. And we are going to use user dot sub, like so. So that's the user ID of the logged in user. That's what we are sending. And then we're going to set the user details to response.data. And that's it for this function here. So fetch user details. Let's dispatch that. Okay, so we have fetch user details. Let's go in the global. Oops. So fetch user details, global, fetch user details. Okay, so we're gonna fetch. So we have the use user data. Fetch user details is coming from use user data actually. So fetch. So we have the perform action, fetch user details, and then we're going to run a use effect here. Use effect. And we're just going to check for the user. Okay, user, like that. Let's get the user coming from next auth. So if this user changes, and then we're going to check if user, and then we're going to fetch user details, like so. Okay, so we're going to check if we have the user ID, and then we're going to fetch user details. That's good. So that's on initial render. So now let's save again. Let's see. Okay, what's the issue here? Export use cannot assign, reassign. Export const use data. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Export const use user data. Okay, const user was declared. Let's see what's going on here. Use user coming from Auth0. We don't need this one here. So if user, go back to global. Let's get rid of this, just user. Let's refresh. Okay, so cannot get the logged in user. So user not found. Okay, so this should be a dynamic. a dynamic API endpoint. So here we need to pass in the user ID like that, and paste this in, move this in inside the user because we are using params. So now let's refresh. Okay, so now it says 405, not allowed. Okay, let's see why. Not allowed. User, go back to, let's see if there's an error. Refresh. Okay, let's see this object here. So let's look at response message 405. Doesn't say much. Method not allowed. So it should be, oh, this is a get request, by the way, not post. This is a get request. Okay, so now let's refresh. Okay, so we don't see anything yet, but let's see. Let's try to console log. If we go back, I'll close some of this so we don't get confused. If we go back to use user data, we can console log here, down here. User details. So you can see the user details. We can, not this one. Not this one, not this one. Yeah, this one. You can see we have the liked, we have the array, the bookmarks, and so on. Okay, that's perfect. We are getting the user details. And now we are going to go back to the Pokemon card, and we're going to try to fix the liking. So here we have perform action, and we are going to create a state. The state, let's name it liked. So that's the local state. So we have liked and set liked, and we have bookmarks, bookmarked, and it's going to be false on initial render. We can import useState coming from React instead of doing the React.useState, but I'm going to copy this. So liked, I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to check if it's liked or bookmarked. So here I'm going to check for liked. If it's liked, I'm going to show hat full field. It's actually filled, and otherwise it's going to be empty, like so. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Bookmarked. Bookmarked. It's going to be filled or empty, depending on the state. All right. And I'm going to also do the same thing for the background color. I'm going to change based on whether we have liked or bookmarked something. So here we are going to check for bookmarked. If you're bookmarked, I'm going to set the text to green and the border to this green color as well. Otherwise, if we're not bookmarked, I will set the text to gray and border to gray, like so. That's good. We don't see any difference because we have not changed this state. And also, we are going to do the same thing for this one here. We're going to check if we have liked, if the liked state is true. So if liked is true, we're going to show this color. Otherwise, we're going to show this color. Saves that. And we're not going to see anything here, but we are going to update the state. As soon as we click this button, we're going to change the state. So immediate UI update, and then we're going to set liked. I'm going to get prev. I'm going to set that to Boolean. and we're going to return not prev. All right, and it's going to change the state in real time. And we're going to do the same thing. This is book. Wait, yeah. So we need to do the same thing in bookmarked here. On click, cut that, and oops, get rid of this. What's going on here? Remove this, and we're gonna check as well in here. We're gonna check, and then we're going to also set bookmarked. We're gonna change the state in real time. Okay, let's do it after it's completed. So after this, or we can do it before actually to make it instant. So copy this. Let's do it instantly. All right, so we can now change the state when we click. As you can see, it's changing in real time. All right. But when I refresh, you're not going to see anything. It's not going to work. Let's see. Okay, it's working for liking, but we have like 2 liking. So the other one should be bookmarks. Bookmarked empty. So did I do the wrong button? Oh yeah, it seems like I've done the wrong button here. So copy this. I'm going to undo. Okay, so that's the wrong button. I'm meant to do on this button here. Paste that. Okay, so why is this still showing liked here? Bookmark. Okay, so field, this should be bookmarked empty, like so. Okay, now let's try that. Okay, it's updating in real time, as you can see. But when I refresh, it's going to disappear. So what we're going to do, we're going to check to see if the name exists in our array. Okay, so I'm not outputting here. So we're going to check if the name that we've liked exists in the user details. So we need to get the user details. So we can do it in here, in this state, but it's better if we create a new variable that is separate so it doesn't look messy. So let's start is liked. We're going to check for user details. We're going to check for the liked array. So remember, we have the liked array. And then we're going to check if it includes Pokemon.name. If this name exists in this array, so that means is liked is going to be true. So that's going to be our initial value for is liked. Okay. So let's save. So it's going to, now when I refresh, you're going to see, oh, it's not working. Let me refresh. Okay, something seems to be an issue here. So user details are liked. So let me see user details. If we're exporting this, copy. So we have user details. Okay, so it's correct. So user details and go back is liked, and we are checking user details.liked, and we're going to do the same thing for const is bookmarked. We're going to check as well if it exists in this array, and we're going to set is bookmarked to this one here. All right, and let's save. Refresh. Okay, we don't see anything else yet, but we want to check on initial render. So when we initially render this, we want to check as well. So use effect, and we're gonna check for liked. It's actually is liked. Okay, let's do separate use effects. So we're gonna check for is liked. So here we are going to set liked to is liked. Set liked to is liked. Okay, so on initial render, we are setting the results coming from here into the like state, okay? And that result is either going to be true or false, and then we're going to display the item that we have liked. So now let's try to refresh. Okay, as you can see, it's displaying on initial render. When I save, it's working. It's updating in real time as well. Refresh, as you can see, it's working. We need to do the same thing for bookmarked. On initial render, we're just rendering to check if it's in the array. Okay, so it's bookmarked is not working. Set bookmarked is bookmarked. Okay, let's refresh again. Okay, so if I bookmark, something is not is wrong, and we're going to see why. Okay, so perform action. This bookmark is the correct button. We have name. Okay, so why is the issue then? Bookmark. Let me see the console if there's something in the console. Click bookmark. Okay, nothing happens. Use effect is bookmarked. It's actually bookmarks. Bookmarks, not bookmarked. The name of the array is bookmarks. Okay, so now it's working. As you can see now, refresh. It works. Like and bookmarks. That's perfect. Okay, so now let's work on showcasing the favorites and also bookmarks. Let's go back to use, actually global, and we have user data. So here in the user details, I want to fetch the user details if there's a failure. Let's do that down here. So perform an action. If there's a failure, we're gonna fetch user details. Here we're gonna pass in the user ID. But where is this user ID coming from? It's coming from here, okay? When error, fetch the user details again, okay? That's perfect. And that's what we want for now. And we're going to sort out the favorites page. Let's go to the favorites. I'm going to close others. Okay, so we've closed others. Let's start with, this is a client component, use client, and we're going to get the user details and also Pokemon details. So get, it's actually not Pokemon. So go back to global context. We are looking for fetch Pokemon by name. That's what we want here. And we also want the user details coming from the global context, like so. All right. Now we have this. We are going to create some state. And here we're going to liked Pokemons, like so. And we're going to save that. We can also, let's create a local loading state here. Okay, it's going to be true on initial render. And then we are going to fetch Pokemon by name. Okay, so we get Pokemon details by name. All right, so what we're going to do, let's do a use effect. On initial render, we're going to fetch Pokemon by name. So here we're going to use the user. So when the user.liked updates, and then we're going to re-render. It's actually user details, not user. Okay, so it's a use global context like so. And here we're going to check if user details liked. Okay, if we have user details liked, we're going to create a function const fetch a Pokemon. It's going to be an async function, and we're going to create a variable. Let's name it Pokemon details. Details is going to be await promise.all, like so. And here we're going to do user.liked. User details.liked is an array. We're going to map, okay, users details.liked.map. And I'm going to get rid of type checking here. So, and then in here, we're just going to const details equal to await fetch Pokemon by name. We're mapping through the liked. So this liked array contains a list of names, and we're mapping through all of those names and fetching those the data. And then here we're just going to return that data here. And then we are going to if liked, let's set loading to true here. And then after this function, we are going to Pokemon details. We're going to set liked Pokemons to the Pokemon details. And we're going to do any here. It's actually in here, any. And we are going to set, let's set loading to false first. And then we're going to fetch the Pokemons on initial render. All right, so now we have the state created. We're going to change this to main. Okay, and we're going to create a section. Let's give it a min height. We're going to set that to 91 VH. Like so. It's perfect. And we're going to have a div here. We're going to do a grid. We've done this grid before. We're going to set columns to 4 for bigger screens and to 3 for medium. And for smaller screens, it's going to be a single column. And now we just need to map through the data. Add Pokemons, and we are going to check for the length. It's greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we're going to do a div here. Otherwise, no liked Pokemons. Okay, so here we are going to map and then we're going to return a Pokemon card, and then the key is going to be the Pokemon.name, like so. And we're going to also include the index, which is type of number. And then I'm going to add the index after the name, like so. Okay, and save. Let's go to favorites. Okay, it's working, but this grid here, I'm gonna cut this grid, and it's gonna be this div here, and save. Okay, so there's our liked, and we need to do the same thing for saved. I'm going to cut everything in here, and then I'm going to go to bookmarks and paste. So in the bookmarks, we just need to modify. Let's modify. Dun, dun, dun. What are we going to modify here? So this one is going to be bookmarks. Okay, bookmarks. And let's change this to bookmarked. Set bookmarked. Okay, set bookmarked, and we need bookmarked, like so. Okay, we can style this. Let's give it a class name, font bold, no bookmarked. Okay, we can copy this and all right. So let me try to unbookmark. Okay, so it seems like the state is not updating in real time when we unbookmark. So we need to fix that. So we have unbookmark. Oops. Okay. So we have the bookmarks. Let's see if we need to modify anything in here. So loading, we can do a loader. So we can search for loader. We can create a screen for this one. I'm just going to copy this. Loader. I'll do it. Bookmarks here. I'm going to save. So let's save, refresh. Okay. Which page is this one? Bookmarks. Okay. Refresh. So if loading, true, false. So this should be bookmarks. Okay, so let's see down here. I'm gonna check for the length. Let's do the loading. If not loading. Okay, let's do that. Let's refresh. Let's try to const loading. Let's set that to true. Let's see what it looks like. Let's do it up here. And let's comment this out. Save that. Refresh. Oops. Okay, so here we're doing this the wrong way. I'm going to cut this. I'm going to check if loading, like so, and then we're going to return this loading div here, loader. Okay, so it's working. So that's the loading. We can probably increase this to maybe 90. Okay, I'll leave it like this. And I'll get rid of this and comment and comment. Okay. Yep, looks good. Go back to loading. Let's set this to actually 100 because it's going to block everything else. Not this one, but this one here, because it's going to block everything else. Okay, let's do the same thing in the favorites. Copy this. paste it here, and we are going to collapse and say not loading. And we're going to display this. Save that. Okay, perfect. So we should have the loader, but it's not unliking this in real time. I want this to be removed in real time. I want to update the user details in real time. So let's go to use user data. I want to update in real time. So that's why we're going to update the state of the user. So try. So fetch user. So here, we're going to update the user data in here. When we perform an action like unliking, set user details, I'm going to get the previous state, and then we're going to run a callback function in here. Okay, so I'm going to run const updated bookmarks. This equal to action. I'm going to check for the action. If, oops, what did I import? I'm going to check if action is equal to bookmark, like that. And then I'm going to check if it's already bookmarked. I'm going to do priv.bookmarks. Bookmarks dot includes Pokemon, like so. I'm going to check if it includes the Pokemon, like so. And then if it does, we are going to remove, because we're unliking, we're going to remove priv.bookmarks. We're going to filter. We're going to check and remove that. So let me put some comments. So here, we're going to check if it's liked. Is it already, actually not liked, but bookmarked? Is it already bookmarked? We're checking if it's bookmarked. And then if yes, then remove it, okay? Otherwise, we are going to add it to the list. If not, then add it to the list. Otherwise, we're not going to change, what can I say? No change in the bookmarks, okay, like that. So here we're checking our action. If it's bookmark, okay, it's a bookmark action. And then we're going to check if the Pokemon we've clicked on, if it's already bookmarked. Okay, we're using a terminal operator to check if it's already bookmarked, and then we're going to remove it. Otherwise, we're going to add it. Okay, and then we're going to save that. And now let's try to do the same thing for liked. So let's see if it's going to try to work it out. So we're going to updated likes. Okay, and we're going to check if action is equal to like. This is wrong. Action equal to like so. Not liked, but like. And then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do priv. We're going to do dot liked dot includes Pokemon, like this. Okay. We can comment if it's already liked. Okay, so if it's already liked, oops, we're going to check here, and then we're going to remove it, and then we are going to add it to the list. Otherwise, no changes in the liked. And then we're just going to return here. Return. So for the return, I'm going to return the previous data, priv. Okay, and then bookmarks, I'm going to set it to updated and liked to updated likes, like so. So now let's save this. And this one should be inside Wait, where are we? This should be inside the callback function. That's why I was not getting autocomplete. It should be in here. Okay, save that. All right. Now let's see if I try to change. As you can see, it's updating in real time now. When I refresh, as you can see, it's working as it should. So it's not working for the bookmarked because the spelling is incorrect. So this should be bookmark. Okay, so let's try that. Let's try to unbookmark. Okay. Can't remember the name of the property. I'm gonna have to double check. So it's bookmarks. Okay. Let's go back. So this should be bookmarks. And let's try to unbookmark this. No changes in real time. Okay, so go back. Bookmark. Priv.bookmarks. Okay, here. Wrong spelling. Now let's try to bookmark. Okay, let's go to the page. It's working. If I unbookmark, it doesn't seem to be changing in real time. Okay, that's weird. Action is equals to bookmark. Bookmarks.include. Okay, so here, make sure the spelling is correct. So click, now it works. Bookmark, go to bookmarks, okay, and it works in real time. Perfect. Maybe you can work on styling this a bit better. Bookmarks. You can increase this maybe to something like 4XL, maybe. And yeah, I think that's better. And unlike it's working, we are now going to build the search form. Let's create a new component. Search form.tsx. All right, and we're going to render this in the main page. So here, okay, it's self-closing. And I'm going to give it a margin top of 10. And flex items and justify to center. Let's go into the item search form and we're going to add a form here. Okay, so I'm going to give it a width. Let's give it a position relative first and a width of 50%. 50%. And this is for MD. And for the default size is going to be width. Let's set it to 90% or 80%, something like that. That's for smaller screens. And I'm going to have an input in here. Input. Okay, and we are also going to have a span tag. We're going to use the search icon. Search icon, make sure you import the search icon. And I am going to use client like so. And let's style this. So this search icon, I'm going to give it a position of absolute. And I'm going to put it to the right side. That's why I've set the parent to position relative. I will give it right 6. Text top 50% is going to be centered on the y-axis. That's why I'm doing minus 50%. And text gray and pointer events to none. So there's our search. Okay, and we just need to fix the input. So for the input, let's give it a class name. And I'm going to give it a width of 100%. And I'll set the text to gray 800 and width full and rounded to XL. So here's our input. Okay, I want to give it a bit of a shadow. I will create a utility class. I'm going to name it utility shadow and 1. Okay, I'll copy this class name and we're going to go to the global and we can comment utilities like so, and we have u shadow 1 and we're going to give it a box shadow. Utilities box shadow. I'm going to do 1 pixel on the x-axis, and then I'm going to give it 4 pixels on the y-axis, and then 8 pixels, that's for the blur. And I'm going to use RGBA, which is, this is the black color, and the opacity, I'm going to set that to 5%, like so. So we should be able to see a bit of a shadow on that input over there. Okay, perfect. So we have started the input. We have the search form, and I'm just going to add a placeholder text as well. Placeholder text, and I'm going to give it a value of search query. We don't have this value yet, but we need to import from global context. We haven't created this one yet as well. We go to use global context, and we need to go to global context and dispatch search query, which we also need to create. Okay. Search query, and we're going to import this from Pokemon data. That's where we are going to create the state. Here we're going to const search query, set search query. It's going to be an empty string at the beginning, and then we're going to modify this when we're doing the search. So by default, the Poke API does not offer search. It doesn't have a search endpoint. So what we're going to do, I'm going to explain as we go. So let's create the function for searching first. So we have fetch Pokemon by name, search Pokemon, const, and here it's going to take in the query. So this is going to be an async function. Async. Okay, so I will explain what we're going to do. So by default, right? So the Poke API, what's going on with the colors here? Oh, this color is not working for some reason. Okay, we're going to fix it in a minute. Okay, so the Poke API does not offer a search endpoint. So what we're going to do, we're going to search, for example, if I search Pikachu, and it's not going to search everything we have in the database. It's only going to search whatever we have in the current array, because some of the data is not yet fetched. Okay, it's not yet fetched, so it's not going to be able to search whatever we are searching here. So this array, so if I look at this array, if I go to components, so make sure you have this extension, the React Developer Tools extension, so we can check the state here. I'm going to explain something to you. Where is it? Where is it? So I'm looking for global. So we have the Pokemon data. So we have an array which has these items here, loaded 40 items. So when I click, it's going to load more items, right? Click, and more items are loaded. So for us to be able to search anything else that is not loaded in this array, we are not going to be able to search. We don't want to fetch all of this data at once, all of this data here, because this array item, it returns a lot of data. It's way too much for us to be able to fetch at once. So what we're going to do, we're going to fetch all of the Pokemon, which returns only the name and the URL. So this does not return an excessive amount of data. It's only the name and URL. It doesn't return all of the other properties, the nested arrays, the nested objects. Okay, so we're going to fetch everything here. I think we've already done that. Not this one. It's one of these arrays here. Not this one. So it's one of these arrays. Yeah, this one. So it's fetching all of the data. Okay, but this data is not that excessive because it's only returning name and URL. So it doesn't really affect performance. So what we're going to do, we're going to search in this array because it's fetching everything. We're searching in this massive array. So once we find a match, whatever the match we find in this array, we're going to fetch that data that is being returned from the search result of this array. Because we don't have a search array, so that's what we're going to do. So let's go back to the search function. So here I'm going to check if we don't have the query. Oops. If we don't have the query. So if we don't have the query, we are going to fetch the initial data, which is these 40 items. Okay, so if we clear the search input, that means the query is empty. We're going to fetch the existing data, which was there in the beginning. Okay, so here what we're going to do, we are going to set query, set search query. We're going to set that to an empty string. Const details, to await promise.o. Okay, so in here we are going to map the Pokemon list. It's going to be in async. Okay, like so. So in here we are going to return a response await axios.get Pokemon.url, and we're going to return response.data, like so. Okay, so we are just returning the existing data. And then here we're going to set Pokemon list details to the data that was there at the beginning, which is 40 items. And we can load more data as needed. And then we're just going to return after that. Okay, so that's that. So now we are going to start filtering. So we're going to set loading to true. Okay, and we're going to do try catch. Now we are going to filter first. Filtered Pokemon. We're going to use all Pokemon. It's an array containing about over 1,000 items. So filter each individual Pokemon. So for each individual Pokemon, we're going to return Pokemon.name. Okay, to lowercase. We're going to lowercase the name. To lowercase, and then we're going to check if it includes query, and then we're going to lowercase the query. Okay, so we're filtering this array here. It is like over 1,000 items. So for each item, we're going to check its name if it includes the query. Okay, and then I'm going to lowercase. And then let's go in the try. We're going to say fetch details for filtered Pokemon. Const filtered. So whatever we have returned on the results, we're going to await here and promise.o. Because we're going to fetch like a list of items. Filtered, it's going to be an array. And then we're going to map. And then we're just going to return the response to a data coming from that. Okay, so we're fetching. So here we're returning an array with filtered elements. which has a name and URL. And then we're mapping those data that is filtered and fetching each of those individual items using URL and get the details. All right, and I'm going to set loading to false, and then I'm going to set this array here, Pokemon list details, to this new data here. All right, and then when I clear that, it's going to fetch again the existing data here if the query is empty. All right, and so we have search Pokemon. I think that's it for the search. We are now going to implement the search. So I'll copy this, search Pokemon, and we are actually going to run a use effect. So whenever I change the query, we want to do something. Let's see. So we have search. Okay. Search. Let's dispatch this. And let's import search. Okay, so save. All right, so search. I'm actually going to install a package called Lodash. So what I want to do, when I search, I want to constantly fetch the data as I update the input, but I want to put like a delay, like a 500 milliseconds delay to fetch the data. So let's search for Lodash. Let's install that. npm I. Okay, and we're going to npm run dev. Okay, so let's import Lodash up here. We are actually going to do that in the use Pokemon data. Import the package. So okay, and somewhere we want to update. Where is it? Search Pokemon. I will collapse this down here. I will use debounce from Lodash. Oops, debounced search, and then I'm going to use the Lodash.debounce function. Okay, let's take a callback function in here. And here I'm going to set Pokemon, and then I'm going to put in the value, like so. Okay, the one we're going to search, that's going to be the value. And then the delay, I'm going to set that to 500 milliseconds. Okay, so that's going to be the delay of us fetching. Whenever we're fetching, that's going to be the delay. Okay, now we need to create a handle change. For search, const handle search change, and we are going to take in the event. We're going to get the value from the event.target.value, and then we are going to use the debound search, and we're going to set search query. We're going to set that to the value of whatever value we're typing. Okay, I will copy this And let's go to the global. We don't need this in here, by the way. All right, and we don't need this in here. So search change, we need that in the search form. We need the search query in there, and the handle change, we need it in there. And then the value is set to search query, and I'm going to set the on change. I'm going to set that to handle search change. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if it's working. Let's refresh. Okay. Let's try to search. Okay, so it seems like it's working. So it's filtering. It's fetching the data on the fly. So every second, not every second, every 500 milliseconds, as when I'm updating this, it's going to filter, it's going to search in an array with 1000 items, and that the results is going to fetch the results. Okay, this data does not exist in this array yet, so that's why we are able to search here. Perfect, we can even load more data. So our search functionality is working. We are now going to work on filter, but before we do that, I need to make sure search query is exported. Search query is exported from the use Pokemon data. So here we need to dispatch search query. That's the state. And when I search, and when I click this item, I can go back, and this, as you can see, it's not cleared anymore. I can unclear, and it's going to show the data. And I need to fix this issue here. Let's go to favorites. There's 2 items, but the icon is not changed. Let's see why. Pokemon card. I'm going to get rid of this text here, get rid of that. And let's see if it's like that on the other one. Okay, it's not there. Perfect. Now let's save. Perfect. Now it's looking back like it was. Now let's do the filter. Before we do the user interface, I would suggest that we start with working in here in the context. So let's go in the Pokemon data. Let's create a new state. I'm going to collapse this. And let's do filters, set filters, and we're going to have type. It's going to be an empty string, and we're going to have ability. You can add as many filters as you want. We're going to have weight, and we're going to have height, and then we're going to have sort order. Okay, it's going to be an empty string at the beginning. I think this is it. Okay, and you can add as many filters as you want. So this is just a starting point. So we have the state. Let's go down, and we're going to create filter Pokemon const. What should we name this function? Filter Pokemon. This is going to be an async function. Actually, it's not like we are accessing the database as well, so we are just going to make it a regular function because we're filtering the existing data in the array. Okay, we're going to destructure here the properties, and we're going to do a query, and it's going to be search query dot to lowercase. Okay, like this, and then we're going to change this variable. So we have to use let filtered Pokemon equal to the original list, because we've preserved the original list. Okay, that's what we're using here now. Okay, so, and let's apply the type filter. I'm gonna check if type, we're going to do filtered Pokemon. We're going to change this array into filtered Pokemon, and then we're going to filter. So each individual Pokemon, we're going to return Pokemon.types. Okay, and we're going to filter return with the one matching the name. Okay, so if some of it is matches the name in this types array, we're going to return the filter data matching the type. So if the type is grass, if we're mapping through the types array and see if there's grass in there, if grass exists, we're going to return that data that has grass inside as a type. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for the ability. We're just going to check if the ability array has whatever item we're sending through from the filter select element here. If it has some of the elements, we're going to return. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for weight. Let's start with the height. So for height, we're going to check. So for this one, we are going to check. So filtered, the filter Pokemon, we're going to check Pokemon.height. If we're going to check if it's greater than or equal to height, like so. So we're checking if it's greater than or equal, and then we're going to check for weight. Oh, we've done the weight here already, so we just need to check as well here if it's greater than or equal to weight. Okay, so we are checking for the type, ability, and weight and height. Okay, and now we're gonna check for the query. So if query, we are going to check the name if it includes the query, and then we're going to return the data that it matches whatever query we've entered. All right, and we're going to do the sort order now. Apply sorting if sort order is provided. If sort order, like so, and then we're gonna do filtered Pokemon equal to, we're gonna check sort order if it's equal to ascending, like this. Ascending, it's a ternary operator. If it's ascending, we're going to copy the filtered Pokemon, copy that, and then we're going to sort. So the sort method takes in two parameters. So we have A and B, and we're going to return a callback function, like so. Callback function. So here we're going to return, we are going to return a.name .local compare, like that, and then in here we're going to pass in b.name, and then we're going to set undefined, and sensitivity, we're going to put that as base, like that, and then we are going to also copy and do the same thing for b, and we're going to return in here b.name.local compare, and we're going to save that. And finally, we just need to set the list details to the filtered data. Save that. Okay, and we need a handle change for this one. So here we have a handle change for search, handle change for filters, handle filter change, and here we're going to take in the key, and we're going to take in the value. Okay, so we're going to put our own custom key here, and then we're going to set filters, and we're going to get the previous prev. Okay, and here we're going to get the prev. We're going to copy the prev, And then for the key, we're going to put our key and then the value, like so. Perfect. So we have the handle filter change, and in here, in the handle search, so debound search, we can set filters. Actually, no, in the debound search, where's the debound search? So here we can set filters, prev. Okay, so set filters, handle filter change, debound search. So here we're going to set filters, and we're going to get prev as well. So spread operator, prev, and query, and then I'm going to add value, like so. Okay, and yeah, we're pretty much done with the debound search. Search Pokemon to value and filter Pokemon here. I'll cut this and I'll put it all the way to the end. I'll do it somewhere. Let's do it here. Debound search. Okay, and let's see, use effect. We need one more use effect here. Oops. So this one is going to re-render when the filters change and also when the search query change. And then we're going to do filter Pokemon like so. Perfect. And now we're going to dispatch handle filter change. Now that's what we need the most. And the filter change. And we're also going to dispatch filters. And we also need clear filters. All right, we don't have that function yet, but let's create that. Clear filters, we are just going to reset the state. We want to set filters to an empty array, and we're going to set search query to an empty string, and then we're going to set the Pokemon to the original list details. Okay, we are resetting everything from start and dispatch that, and we're going to copy this, and we're going to import this, and we're going to dispatch them so we can access them inside the filters function, filters component, which we don't have. We need to create that. Filters, and it's going to be a tsx component, export, and we need to import those properties. They're coming from global context, and this is going to be a functional component, not functional, but client component. Okay, so we have clear filters and filters. Now let's see what this issue is about. Cannot reassign variable because it's const. It should be let. Let's go back to, and it should be search filter Pokemon. Let, which one is it talking about? Const filter Pokemon. That's weird. This one is let const query dot to lowercase let filters. Oh, this should be filtered, by the way, not filter. Okay, let's see if the error goes away. Filter. Where is it coming from? Filtered. Okay, this one here should be filtered. Okay, save. All right. So now it's disappeared. Let's style this. So this one, we're going to be using shardcn. We're going to use the select component. So let's import select coming from, we have installed this in the beginning. So we are going to install these pieces from the select component. And let's type this, let's give it a class name. Okay, and we're going to give a margin top of 8, px, py, and center. And we're going to also create another div inside. We're going to have a div. And then we're going to have a button. We've installed this button component. And this button is going to clear filters. So we have the clear filters function already. And here it's going to have a delete. Import delete from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name. I'm going to set margin right to 2. And I'm going to set height to 4. And width, I'm going to set that to 4 as well. Okay, or you can set it to 5 if you want. Okay, and we're going to have text that says clear filters. We should be able to see a button somewhere, but we cannot see anything because we're not rendering this component yet. That's what we need to do. Let's go to page. I believe we need to create another section for us to be able to render this. Okay, so let's do a section here. And then let's render the filters like so. And let's go back. We should be able to see something. Okay, as you can see, there's a button here that says clear filters. And let's type this. Let's give it a class name. And we're going to give it a shadow, the U shadow. Okay, so it's U shadow 2, font bold, and this background color, rounded to large. I'm going to create a new utility class, U shadow number 2. Let's go to global CSS. I'm going to duplicate. We're going to have a second shadow, which is going to have, for the X, it's going to stay at 1, 6 pixels for the blur, and it's going to have 10 pixels. 10 pixels for the blur, actually 6 pixels for the Y axis and 1 for the X. All right. I'm actually going to close everything else, close others, so I can focus on this component here. All right, so we've done that button. So now let's style the other one. So this is going to be a list of buttons. It's going to have flex wrap, and gap 4. And we're going to set the items to center. We're going to have a select here. Okay, and we're going to have a select trigger. So we can go to shardcn and we can look for select components, select. Okay, so we can copy this select here. Okay, there's a select trigger. Copy that. Okay, and I'm going to add a dot So I set the select trigger to U2 width 180, text gray 500, and given it a background of white, rounded LG, focus ring to 2, focus ring gray 200, and I've put a div inside the select trigger with display flex, item center, and a gap of 1, and an icon of circle dot with these properties here. Okay, and the select value, it has a placeholder of types. Save that. We should be able to see this. It has a placeholder of types. Okay, I can click it, but the types. So you need to search on Google the Pokemon types. I think I've done this off camera. You can copy the types from the GitHub repo. I'm going to go to utils. Maybe I'll put it, you know what? I'll put it in the filters in here. So the types, here are the types. Okay. And I'm also going to paste in the abilities. So I didn't copy all of the abilities. I just put only 20. You can add as many abilities as you want, all of them. For now, I've put only 20. That's what we're going to use for filtering. Okay, so in here, we are going to map, we're going to do the content. So we have the trigger, and here's going to be select content. Okay, select content, and we're going to map through the Pokemon types. Okay, so in here, we're going to return a select item like so. And then here, we're just going to show the type. And let's give it a class name. And this should be have also a key. Let's do an index number. All right. Select item. Seems like we have not imported this, have we? Oh, it's there. So what is the issue? So select content. The value is missing. Okay, it's missing a value. We're going to set the value in a minute. So the value, let's set that to type value. We're going to set that to type dot to lowercase like that. So that's going to be the value and the type. Okay, it's perfect. And let's save. Let's click. As you can see now, it's working. So we need to repeat for other properties. So you can duplicate this select multiple times. We need to do the same thing for filter with the abilities. So duplicate and change this to abilities. So the value here, we've imported filters. We're going to give it a value. We're going to do filters. Okay, dot. It's actually type here, filters dot type for this one. And then we're going to also do on value change. On value change, we're going to take a callback function, and then we're going to get the value. And we're going to handle filter change. Remember, it takes in the type, the value, the name of the value we want to change is type, and it takes in the value. Okay, so the name of the input is type, and then the value of that. All right, so that works, and I'm going to collapse this this select, and then for this select, it's filters.ability, and then handle filter change. If you remember the handle filter change, it takes in the key and then the value, which is the change value, and then the key. So the key for this one is ability, and then the value of that. And then we're mapping in the select content, we're mapping through the Pokemon abilities and we are mapping through each individual ability and displaying that as a select item, like so. Okay, so let's see. So here we have abilities. We can change these abilities. As you can see, the filters seems to be working, but it's not showing correctly. But anyway, let's refresh. Let's do grass. It's not work. It seems to be working, but clear filters is working. But for some reason, when I change, it's not working. We're going to fix that later. Okay, so the abilities, we have sorted that one out. Now let's do the input. So we need to import the input from, let's do select. We're going to do a div underneath. Let's give it a class of relative, and I am going to do a weight icon, and I'm going to give it a position of absolute. That's why I've set relative to the parent. So position set to absolute, and left 3, top 1.5, and I'm going to center this. Save that, and there's our weight. And let's add the input. So make sure you import the input coming from the components from shardcn. The type is going to be number, and the filters, the value is going to be filters.weight. And then on change, we're going to pass in that weight. On change, it is weight, a type of weight, a key of weight, and then the e.target.value. Okay, this one here. So that's the weight, but we need to style this. Let's give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a shadow and a background and a width of 180 pixels, padding left 9, text gray 500, font bold, and outline to none. Okay, now let's see what we have. There's our weight. Let's see if we're filtering with weight. Okay, so the weight filter is working. Okay, so the weight filter is working, but these ones are not working here. We're going to fix them later. Okay, so we need to duplicate this, and we're just gonna change it to, height. Okay, and we're going to use the ruler here, ruler icon, and it's the same thing, but we're just changing the filters to height, and we're changing the key to height and the value to the value coming from the input, and the styles are the same. All right, save that, and we're going to have a height filter here. Okay, and finally, we need to sort based on ascending or descending. So let's try with the height. Let's see if it's working. Okay, it's filtering with the height. Okay, it's working. Let's clear the filters. And we need another select for ascending. Let's do here select. And for this one, we're going to set value filters dot, it's actually sort order, and on change, we're going to put sort order as well. And then we need to put the select trigger. We need the icon ascending. So we are setting the U shadow number 2 with 180. The same thing we've been doing, border. Okay, and here in the select trigger, we add a div with the flex item center and icon, and then the select value, like so. As you can see, there's a placeholder value here that says sort order. And then here we can select whether descending or ascending. I cannot select yet because I've not added the content. So trigger. Here we can add select content. And then we have two values. So we have ascending and descending. And then save that. I should be able to select now descending and ascending. Okay. I can clear these filters as well. So now we just need to fix this. Let's see where we gone wrong. All right, I was debugging off camera. I just noticed there's a conflict here. So instead of naming this type, this one is also name type here. There's a type here, and this one is name type. So there's a conflict in naming. So let's change this to just T and T like this. All right. And we also need to do the same thing for ability. Okay, so we don't have conflicts. Let's just name this A, like so. All right, and now let's save. Let's see if we are filtering with types. Select electric. Okay, so nothing comes on electric. Let's do grass. Okay, something on grass. Let's see flying, something on flying. Bag. The reason why you don't see anything on electric is because some of the data we're filtering here is not yet loaded. That's why you don't see anything, but we can search for the data here. As you can see now, there's electric data here. We can clear filters. If I keep scrolling, we can load more data. And as more data is being loaded, let's see if we have something on electric. Okay, so now there's something on electric. We can still filter. We can select electric here. It's working. We can click. Perfect. And we can change the sort order. We can clear. We can search. All right. There's no character. We can also add a text here if the character doesn't exist. I think it's better to add a text like there's no character you're looking for. I'm just adding random text here just to see what comes up. All right. I think this is good. Now we can filter on pretty much everything. We can filter on height. You can also make sure this doesn't go to negative. Okay, filter on height, sort order. Our filtering is fine now. Okay, perfect. And we have all of these pages now. We can log out. Log out. By the way, we also need to protect these routes. So if I'm logged out, I don't want to see this. Okay, for some reason it's saying loading. Our favorites. Let's see why it's stuck on loading. I'll get rid of this debugger and I'll go to favorites. So if loading, loading is true, set to here, false here. Okay, so we don't see favorites yet because it's loading, stuck on loading, because we don't have the user details. That's why it's stuck on loading. So what we're going to do, we are going to protect this route. So let's do Auth0 protected route nextjs. All right, it should be somewhere. It's taking ages to load. Not this one. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Can't remember the name of the website. Auth0 middleware. Middleware nextjs. All right, so now the middleware, and to protect specific routes. So let's copy this, and we need to create a middleware file in the root directory. Middleware.ts and paste in. So we want to protect specific routes. So how do we protect specific routes? So in the matcher, we're going to make this as an array. We can copy this, copy, and convert this to an array. And we're going to protect favorites, and we're going to protect bookmarks. So we need to be logged in for us to be able to access these. We need to protect bookmarks like so. Okay, so we have protected this. So now let's try to refresh. Let's refresh again. And now it will log us in. Okay, so now we're logged in. Okay, there's silent login, by the way, that's why you don't see the login form. There's silent login, so it will remember the previously logged in user. Okay, so if I'm not logged in, or if I try to like this, if I'm not logged in, it will log us in. Okay, the silent login. So now we're logged in. We can see our likes, our bookmarks. We can sign out and it will log us in, and we are back. All right, so we have protected these pages. Now we need to let's see how responsive we can make this. So to make this as much as responsive as possible, that's entirely up to you. You can spend as much time as you want to make this responsive. So what I will do, let's see when it starts to look bad. So I think at what screen size is this? I think that's small size. We're going to go to header. Where's the header component? So we are going to get rid of, let's go nav. So this one, let's do class name. We can get rid of this on bigger screens. Actually, not the whole nav, but this UL. So flex, that's for MD. And then for smaller screens, I'm going to have none. None. Actually, it's hidden. It's hidden for smaller screens. Okay, let's save that. So smaller screens, it's hidden. Boom. All right. Okay. You can modify some other things as well. And you can also add a button maybe to toggle the menu. You can add a button somewhere here or wherever you want to add a button, depending on the screen size. But I don't have enough time to do that. Now let's create a repo and we are going to deploy this. And let's go here and let's fit initial commit, and let's publish branch. This is going to be public. This is going to be the repo you're going to access. Pokemon app. Okay, I'll do YouTube app like so, and this is going to be public, and we're going to create a branch. All right, so we have created a GitHub repo. There it is. It's public, but now we are going to deploy this on Vercel. So before we deploy, we need to go into the package.json, and we're going to add a script. Here we're going to add a script called post install, and it's going to be npx prisma generate, and put a comma here. Okay, so this is going to run when we are deploying our project. So make sure you have this post install because we're using Prisma, and we're going to save that. And let's push this. Actually, this is more like a fix. Added script for post install, something like that. And then we're just going to save this, sync changes. Okay, and now in Vercel, let's create a new project and let's wait for those changes. So we have those changes now. As you can see, it says just now. Make sure you have linked to your GitHub account. We're going to import that project. Okay, so environment variables. I don't know if I can paste env to populate them. Can I? Nope, doesn't work. Paste an env above to populate the form. Does it mean? Let me see if I can paste the whole thing instead of doing one by one. So I'm going to review in Explorer. I'm just going to check if we can put the whole file in there. env, copy. No, it doesn't work. Let's try again. What is it saying? Automatically. Never mind. Well, let's do one by one. Let's copy the environment variables. So let's start with the database URL. And let's paste database URL. Copy this. Put that. Okay, let me try again the env local. It's not working. Let me copy this whole thing. Let me see if it's oh, nice. So what you can do is copy the whole thing and select one input and Control V to paste, and then you need to populate those values. Okay, so yeah, I think we've populated everything. We don't need to manually copy one by one. Just select one input, Control V, it will populate those inputs. And for the auth base URL, we're going to leave it 3000 for now. We're going to change it after we deploy our website. So now let's deploy. Okay, so it seems like our deployment is complete. We can continue to dashboard, and we're going to copy this URL here, copy that, copy link address, and we're going to go to deployments, no deployments, actually settings, and we are going to go to environment variables. We need to edit. So client URL, it's actually this base URL here, edit, and paste this in, remove this slash and save. Okay, so now we have the environment variable set up. We are gonna go to, let's visit our website. So here's our website. It's working. Something is missing here. We don't have the button here to view more data for some reason. I don't know why. There's only 20 items because our button doesn't show unless there's 35 items at least. We're going to sort that out anyway. Don't worry about that. Okay, so we need to go to Auth0, but I'll close everything. Okay, so Auth0. So as you can see now, it says localhost 3000. Now we need to change this to our deployed URL, and we're going to save that. Okay, so that's our deployed URL. And now let's try again. Let's refresh. Let's log in. Okay, so there's a callback mismatch. So the reason we were getting that issue regarding the callback, we changed the environment variable in Vercel. So I had to redeploy manually, go to Vercel and redeploy manually. And then when you log in, it should work. So now as you can see, I'm logged in with my Google account. By the way, if your login does not work with Google, so go and watch the other video that I've done before, where we create a job search application. We set up the social login with Google. So we need to go to Google Console and create some, let me go to social. You go to Google Console and create some credentials, and then we connect those credentials here. That's why it's working. So here now in the future, when you create a new application, you can just toggle to check what application you want those social login to work with. So in that case, go and watch that video. We set up the Google social login. All right, I think that's it for the deployment section. So now let's try to fix this pattern down here. So let's see, I don't know why there's only 20 items appearing. Let's go back to, let's go to context. Which one is it? Is it global? Context, global. Let's search for limit equals to 20 offset. Okay, so this is the offset limit. Here we can set it to 50. Okay, actually let's set it to 40. So limit, fix, limit. All right, so I just realized that I had a typo here. So I fixed the typo. So after this, we have offset, and then we have the limit, okay? So I fixed the typo, and the deployment was automatic, and everything was deployed fine. And now we're running the live version. So when I scroll down, we can see that button down here, and everything seems to work. We can load more data. All right, so everything seems to work. And yeah, that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section.